And we are live here just in time to see Robert all in with a call from Philip. Welcome, welcome everyone. This is the Poker House Flight G. It just got started here. It's kind of a madhouse right now. I'm going to be with you for a little while, but we're going to leave this going to where you can watch your players. Deuce on the turn, looking for a diamond or five. Not going to work here, so Robert going to get the full double up with the pocket kings. But just so everyone knows, this is what we are streaming here. Flight G, it just got started. You've still got plenty of time to make it here to Poker House Fort Worth or Poker House Peaks and get in on this tournament. I can tell you exactly here, looking at this live clock, you still have over 2 hours. Over 2 hours to get here to Poker House Fort Worth to get in on this Flight G. Now, we're going to have that turbo flight at 10 p.m., but like I said, if you want just a normal tournament, this is your last chance saloon. Last chance saloon, Flight G here to get in on this $50,000 guaranteed tournament. So we're going to have this kind of turned up here, and I'm going to be in and out of the booth. Players will be coming in and out of the table as we have a line of people trying to get in on this tournament, and I hope you're headed there to be one of them. And let's see, there's someone else sitting down right here. Well, it looks like Mr. Walker bought back in. So, all right, guys. Well, Reese will be back here in the booth with you shortly, and put this up here. Commentary will return soon, but gives you something to have over on the side. We're going to be doing this all night long, and find out who the last baggers are on Facebook. We're going to be updating here shortly. The Flight F, by the way, I'm getting those reports in from Peaks, and we still have, I believe, 7 players left from F, and we're taking 5 bags. So those photos and things like that will be coming to you on Facebook. But I'll be in and out here. But enjoy the being able to watch, hopefully, someone that you know here on the stream, and we'll be back with you shortly.
I go all.
Welcome, everyone. Everyone tuning in to Poker House Fort Worth here live on Facebook and YouTube. We've been so busy today. Reese here, finally back into the booth with you, just in time to see Allison here betting into Banks, who turned top set. Tough one here for Allison. He's going to go on for 15,000 if she's bet 6.5K. Not that much more for her to call, but she's got to know she's just beat here. Get an account of her chips. Yep, she's going to make the call and see the bad news that she is, in fact, no outs. So Banks going to get the full double up here, courtesy of Miss Allison. Once again, welcome everyone to Poker House Fort Worth live. My name is Reese here with you in the booth. This is Flight G. We had F earlier at noon. This is the 6 p.m. flight, and we're about 15 minutes away from the turbo flight. Registration has ended for this Flight G, but you can still get in on that last minute turbo flight. Quite a few people tuned in watching this flight. Let me know where you're watching from. We're here at Poker House Fort Worth in Burleson. This is a $50,000 guaranteed Summer Jam 2. This tournament running in both of our locations in Dallas and Fort Worth simultaneously. Poker House Peaks and Poker House Fort Worth. Both locations running right now. See Kyle there in the chat saying it's from Cleburne. I can see the Facebook and the YouTube chats. Let me know if you have any questions or comments about anything at all. We're happy to bring you this flight live on these platforms. Get to see who the baggers are for this flight, and we'll see about transferring over the possibly the turbo stream as well. The turbo tournament starting here in about 10 minutes. I believe registration of that one will be, yep, there is the screen, the turbo flight H. 10 p.m. It's about 15 minutes till right now. So you've got some time to get here to Poker House Fort Worth or Poker House Peaks and get in on the turbo. Tina cheering on Philip from the dirt bike races track. That sounds fun. Looks like we got my kicker here at the feature table. I haven't looked to see who all we have. Of course, we saw Allison take that tough beat there against Banks, but she's going to be looking to get some of those chips back here with the pocket aces, raising up to 5,000. Robert going to make the call with the Queen 6 offsuit. Sam pocket queens, ships it in. That's going to be tough here. He's going to hate to see this. So looking at the chip stacks here at this table, Allison in the chip lead with 124,000. Philip right behind her, just a little less than 100. Mariano 86, Robert 65, Bryant and my kicker both around 55. QP and Banks around 50. Blinds are 1,500 to 3,000 with a 3,000 ante. So it's still anyone's game right now. Got Robert in the middle position here. Going to call the big blind with the 6-3 of spades. Banks here, ace, queen in a small blind. Is he just going to complete here? Or is he going to raise this one up? He does raise it up to 12,000. My kicker lets his big blind to go back over to Robert with the 6-3 suited. Does he want to gamble? He sure does. Calling with the 6-3 of spades. We're going heads up to a flop. 7-10 ace. If Banks here decides to c-bet, this could be into this hand unless Robert wants to try for some runner magic. And he does fold, so Banks can take that one down. Yes, hello, commentator. Welcome to the show. I know it's been busy. I've been in and out. I'm sorry. We have a lot going on here at Poker House Fort Worth. We 3 different flights today, and we've had a cash game going on. All the dealers are overworked. It's been a day. I'm going to be in and out of the booth probably until things start slowing down, but it's going to get hectic here in a little bit as we start the turbo flight. So if you want one last chance to get into this tournament, that chance is coming up. In about 10 minutes, we're going to be kicking off that turbo flight. Same thing as all the other flights. $65 entry, and you can buy the $10 instant bonus to get a 30,000 starting stack for $75. But the blinds are halved. It's only going to be 10-minute levels. It's going to be a fast and furious tournament, and that's what a lot of people do like. Allison going to raise this up under the gun with king, queen, offsuit to 6,000. Comes around to my kicker in the small blind, getting a discounted price to come in. Ace-8 offsuit. Counting up some chips here. Seeing what he has if he makes this call, maybe contemplating a raise here. Actually, he's going to ship all of his stack in the middle, 48,000. Mario looking at it 7-6 suited. Real pretty hand. I'm sure he wishes he could see a flop with, but not for the 48,000 all in from my kicker. And Allison here, unless there's some history here that I'm not aware of, probably going to have to end up laying this one down. And she does there. So my kicker, aggression there, picking up some extra chips. Seems like we've had some my kicker fans in the chat. Victoria rooting on Bobo. Is Bobo still at the table, or did he get moved off the table? I think it's Bryant, isn't it? Robert there under the gun, going to call with the queen jack offsuit. Yeah, Bryant. That's Bobo. Calling the 3,000. My kicker on the button here with the ace deuce offsuit. Decides to let that one go. Mario 6 deuce suited, 1,500 to complete the big blind. And he makes the call. Allison looks down at 6-5 of diamonds in the big blind. Checks her option. We're going to go 4 ways to a flop. 15,000 in the middle. Good size pot. 10 tray. That is going to miss everyone. So we'll see who keeps on the aggressive path here. Bobo going to bet this one. Actually, he's got top pair. Bobo's got the 10-8 of spades. He's going to bet this one out. And I don't think anybody's going to be able to call this here. Napalm there. Hyping up my kicker's game. I've seen him enough on the streams to know my kicker doesn't play around. He likes the aggressive plays. I'm a fan of it. He did really well in this tournament back in June. He was definitely a problem at the tables for the 50K Summer Jam, the first one we did in June. He's only got a 60K stack, though, right now. Needs to spin that one up to unlock his true form of high octane poker. QP here under the gun, Queen 10 suited, going to raise this one up to 7,000. Players fold around to Mario on the button, looking at King 8 of diamonds. Lets that one go. Allison, Queen, Trey. And no one going to call. And QP picks up a round of blinds and antes there, which are very important tournament poker play. Dealer Jenny here in the box. Folding on around all the way back to the button. Allison looking at the 7-5 suited of hearts. See if she wants to make a play at the blinds here. Does just call. Robert going to complete with the 10-8 offsuit. And QP checks his option with the 6-5 offsuit. Ace, Deuce, King, Rainbow here. I'm sorry, 2 clubs here. Ace, Deuce, King checks around to a turn. Queen of Hearts still not hitting anybody here. Robert now with a gut shot. Allison does have a flush draw that she's going to bet out here. And she's going to take that one down. Had a lot of people tuned in for this entire tournament. We started the stream at 6 p.m. with the beginning of the tournament, but unfortunately, I was just too busy running around to be able to come in and sit with you guys all evening long. As much as I'm sure you guys missed me, I've got to have some fans out there, right? Anywhere, anybody? Action folds around to Allison, looking down at King at 10, suited, squares back up her cards. Going to call the big blind to here. Robert folding on the button. QP in the small blind here, looking down at Ace Queen off suit. Grabbing up some raising chips here. Looks like he's going to make it at 9,500 to go. And Allison quickly folds. So QP picking up some few extra chips there. Thank you, Dan. I do my best, Napalm. Once I get the streaming room finished here at Poker House Fort Worth, we're going to be kind of opening up the booth, get a couple cameras in here, get some guest commentating going on. We have a lot of plans. We've just been pretty busy here at Poker House Fort Worth, but the growth is real and the trajectory is up, and we're going to be doing a lot more fun things with the stream. Blinds are still 1,500, 3,000, 3,000. Action folding all the way around to the button with QP. He picked up the last couple pots, built himself up a stack of 61K plus. He's going to be raising this one up on the button, 8,000 to go. Try to steal some blinds here from these guys. Bryant getting out of the way. And now Philip needing to make a decision. 5,000 more to call with the Queen 7 offsuit. Takes another look. Doesn't want to fold. Does not want to give QP his big blind here, and he does make the call. So we're going to go heads up 10 deuce versus queen 7. Queen 10 ace here on this flop. Both players catching a little bit of that. The ace going to slow them both down. Philip checks it over to QP, who was the pre-flop aggressor. And he's going to continue that aggression here, betting 8,000. And if Philip didn't believe him pre-flop, he's probably not going to believe him now. And he is counting out some calling chips, and it does make the call. So we're still going to go to a turn here. 8 on the turn. It doesn't change anything. Check on the turn here. Philip checking dark both streets. 6 on the river is still not there. So Philip going to get all the way to a river, and it's going to go check and get that check mark. So QP giving a little bit back there that he just got in the last couple of hands. Napalm, maybe someday. Maybe someday. I do like the Rowlett area. Build out a beautiful room over there like we did here in Burleson. Mario here in middle position can wake up with pocket 10s. Let's see how he decides to proceed on this one. Blinds is still 1,503,000. He's definitely going to be raising this one up. Looks like he's counting some chips, and this is going to be a min raise. 6,000 to play. Just enough. Allison, ace, jack suited. Definitely going to want to play this hand. She has position on Mario. And she's actually going to raise this one. Oh, no, she just called the 6. It looked like she threw out more than that, but she just called the 6. Robert going to call in the hijack as well with the king, queen suited. He also holding clubs, so disaster could lurk around the corner with Allison and Robert with a club board. Philip letting his queen 8 go. Banks in the big blind, only 3,000 more for him to call with the 9-5, so he does make the call. Dealer Jenny here going to give us a flop of Jack 10-7. So we're going to be open-ended for Robert, top pair for Allison, and set here. Pretty sure it's Jack 10-7. It's going to be a middle set here for Mario, possibly. We need to take a look here at the graphics play catch up. Mario definitely taking his time here. I feel like the bluff was Jack 10-7, not Deuce 10-7. We'll get a look here momentarily. And if that's the case, you're going to see Allison and possibly Robert make this call. It's 16,000, but top pair, top kicker, and open-ended straight draw with to the nut straight draw. Pretty tempting. Makes the call as well. Banks getting out of the way. Yeah, it's Jack 10-7. So it's going to there's a king on the turn. Misses the straight draw, but gives the top pair to Robert, which could get him in trouble because Mario is sitting here with third set. See when he wants to announce himself. He's definitely taking his time to act. Yeah, he's going to move it all in here as this board is getting a straighter and a flushier. And she does go ahead and lay that one down. Robert's going to move all in here. Woof. That's what I was afraid of here. He's going to be top pair open-ended. He's going to get it all in here. Ace on the river does give Robert the straight. So Mario, tough beat there for Mario, getting rivered with that straight draw that gets there. I'm going to double up rubber.
Hey guys, Reese here, back into this booth. I'm going back and forth getting that other flat started. Sorry about that. Seeing in the chat here, how many entries for the Flight G, the one you're watching here right now, was a 67. 67 people played into this flight here. We've got 5 people bagging and tagging out of this flight to move on to tomorrow at 1 p.m. Looks like we've got 7 players here at this feature table. Let's take a look here on the computer, see what we have going on with this secondary flight. The turbo flight going on. Got a couple tables going in that. These are quick burn and turn levels here, 10-minute levels. Not a problem at all, 404. So as we get further down these entries, we'll fill this feature table back up. And it looks like we're getting close to having 2 tables left here in Flight G. So you'll see this feature table fill back up to 9 players once we get down to 18 left of that 67. My kicker here with the biggest stack at this feature table, 141,000. Must have done well while I was away out on the floor. I think he only had about 50, 60,000. Looks like he's doubled up since I was gone. QP here under the gun at 9 at 3. Obviously, we're going to let that one go. Bryant folds as well. Philip and hijack here looking at queen at 10 of clubs. 404, any kind of a chip stack into day 2 means you're in the money, so that's always a good thing. But we've got a few players over the million chip stack. The blinds so far, now they could change depending on how today's flights do. The blinds were going to be coming back at 5, 10, 10, I believe, 5,000, 10,000. So you want to have, 40, 50, 60 bigs, so anything over half a million, you can definitely have plenty of time to make some moves here. Mario here on the button, going to wake up with ace king, going to put it all in with 23,000 in stack. Robert here in the big blind, first to respond. He's going to make that call with pocket fours. Philip was one that started this out with the queen 10 of clubs. 19 more to him. It's about a fifth of a stack. He's only got 100K in a stack. It's a real pretty hand. He's going to make the call. So Mario here, ace king, gets it all in. Called in 2 spots, Philip and Robert. Dealer Kahuna in the box puts out ace, ace, king. So there you go, Mario. No more worries there. 6 on the turn. Robert and Philip checking this one down. 10 on the river. And show him the monster, Mario. There it is. And you see Allison there laughing, saying, there you go. Flopped full house. So a full triple up for Mario, courtesy of Philip and Robert. So Mario all in for 20-something thousand, now sitting with a 76,000 in his stack on that full triple up. These players here, we've got the feature table and 2 outer tables right now. So we'll get this feature table filled up to 9 players once we go down to 2 tables. Robert and QP checking this one down in the blinds here. Robert having the best of it with just the king high. No betting from either player. Lines are 2,000, 4,000, 4,000. My kicker here under the gun lets his hand go. Mario again, ace, king, going all in. No callers this time. Definitely has more chips. This time not is going to be as easily called. Quite a few people in the Facebook and YouTube world watching this Flight G of this $50,000 guarantee. This was only a $65 buy-in, and this is the last chance to get in this tournament. We have Flight H, the Turbo Flight, running right now. You've still got a little bit to get in that, but this one here is past registration. You're watching here on stream, but we have one more tournament going on right now, and it is the Turbo Flight. Started about 30 minutes ago. Look over here at the live clock. Looks like we've got about an hour and 20 minutes left to get into this turbo. So a little over an hour to get to Poker House Fort Worth and get in on this last chance turbo flight. Ryan here waking up with pocket queens. No action. Pulled it all the way around to him. Raises it up, and Philip folds the big blind. No help. I want to thank everyone for tuning in and watching Poker House Fort Worth live here on Facebook and YouTube. We enjoy bringing you this tournament action, and looking forward to a lot more live stream plans that we have coming up. Keep an eye out on our Facebook page, because we will be making announcements soon on what we have coming up and how you can be a part of it and sign up in case you want to find yourself playing right here on this table. Have me commenting on your play. Allison here in a late position, folding the ace deuce suited. Robert folds his hand behind her. Lots of folding. I had some chips flying around, so people starting to kind of slow down. QP, speaking of slowing down, just puts his all in the middle. Nothing for Bryant. And my kicker is going to make the call here for a good portion of his stack. This guy does not like to chill. Zero chill for my kicker. Going to put it in there, and he's going to flip up against QP. Queen 10-7. Looking for, there's a jack on the turn. My kicker taking the lead, 10 on the river. No help for QP, so my kicker just snap calls a quarter of a stack with the ace jack of diamonds. Just like that, QP is headed to the rail. Tough beat for him. Did not even get a moment's consideration for my kicker, and that will be a big chip up for him at the 180 mark. So QP played well, went under a little heater there to build up a stack, let it back down, unfortunately, and then got him a pocket pair, put it all in, trying to just pick up some blinds, but my kicker in the big blind said, no, sir, defended the big blind, and the two overcards made it home against the pocket sixes of QP. So my kicker fans definitely excited in the chat as he has pretty much double the second place chip stack of Allison. And Kahuna has a missed deal because it's Kahuna. Had Mario on stream for a short time last night in Flight E. He was doing really well, but he said he came from outer table after taking a pretty bad beat. Brought a short stack to the feature table. I can't remember if he was the feature or the final, but we had him on stream. But he had a quick double up and then got into a bad situation almost immediately and was eliminated from competition. Be getting some table balance. We'll see if we've made it down to 2 tables just yet and fill up this feature table. Let's see, we had 67 entries here at Poker House Fort Worth for this flight here. And right now in the turbo, we've got over 20 so far. If you like fast-paced action, try to build up a quick chip stack and get into the day 2 with 10-minute levels, now's your chance. We've got about an hour and 20 minutes left of registration for the turbo flight. It's not going to last long. You're not going to play all night. It's not like this flight here. The chips are the same, the structure is the same, but the levels are halved. They are slashed in half. So 10-minute turbo flights. Quick poker. Lines 25 at 5,000. 5,000 have folded all the way around to Philip, who has pocket aces. Is he just going to limp in here and slow play these aces? That's what it looks like. No, he raised it to 20. My kicker getting out of the way. Mario in the big blind. Needing 15,000 more to call with the king 5 offsuit. Probably not going to happen. And so Philip, no takers on his raise there with the pocket aces, but it does pick up some blinds. I believe that's Mr. Chu we've seen on a stream many times, usually in the cash game play, but here he is in a tournament. Man of many talents. And we have another player joining here. So it looks like we might have lost enough to combine down to 2 tables. Again, I'm 15 minutes in the past here. We stream on a 15-minute delay. So I know how many people are left in the tournament by looking at the live clock, but I'm not going to spoil that for you. But here in the 15-minute ago world that you're watching, it looks like we're at least going to be 8-handed, so we may be got to be at least 18 players, or maybe 17. As Chu and Eduardo join us. Chu just under 100,000, and Eduardo 81,000. So both of those players joining the table are going to be right in the middle of the mix. And no real super short stacks here at the feature table. Philip, Bryant, and Robert all around the 70, 75, 80,000 mark. My kicker, the only one with the most chips, 100, almost 180. And second place, Allison, 90. So my kicker in good position here to possibly be a problem. Just depends on when he decides to switch gears or not. Allison and my kicker both to a flopper of Queen 8 Queen. Neither player having much flush draw for my kicker. I'm sorry, for Allison. My kicker in the lead with the King 10. Allison King Deuce. First one to bet here. Might take this one down. Allison going to do just that. Bet her flush draw. Actually going to bet all of it. She's going to put in 75,000 into 30. And my kicker is not going to stand for that. Has to let that one go. Ending that hand real quick there, Allison is. Blinds are still 25, 5, and 5. Dealer Kahuna in the box dealing this 8-handed table. So the outer table has to have 9 or 8 or 7. Either way, you're looking at over 12,000 in orbit here. So these players are definitely needing to make a move. Bryant here going to call 5,000 with the ace 5 of spades. Philip makes the call as well with the 10 and 9 of spades. My kicker coming along with the 10 and 9 of clubs. So some interesting hands here. Spades could be a disaster. Allison waking up with queen at 10 offsuit in the small blind. Only 25 more for her to call. She's going to make the call as well. Let's see what Robert does in the big blind. 8-4 would have been a great position for a squeeze there, but just not going to be able to do so with the 8-4 offsuit. But we're going to go 5 ways to a $30,000 pot. So good one here for anyone. We're looking for 9s and 10s and spades and everything else, but Robert's going to have the 8 in his hand with an 8 jack 8 flop, flopping 3 of a kind here. Allison with a gut shot. Philip up and down, a straight draw. My kicker up and down, and he's going to be the one betting this out. Expect to see some fireworks here from my kicker, Philip, and Robert. Philip, maybe not. I don't know if he'll chase up and down straight draw with a paired board. But I know that my kicker will not only chase it, he's going to bet it out. And Robert here, Robert's only got 75K. My kicker betting 13K. You could see Robert just go ahead and try to put it in the middle here. Calling here is not going to leave him. He's going to have less than a pot size, a chip stack behind. So it's kind of a awkward sizing here that my kicker has bet for him. And he also has two other players behind him. Yeah, he's going to do exactly what I thought he might. Just go ahead and put it all in there. He can't leave himself less than a pot size bet behind. And Philip here probably not going to be able to come along open-ended straight draw with my kicker betting and Robert jamming. It's going to be hard for him to. And my kicker's going to actually let it go as well. Thought he might gamble there, but Robert had too many chips. So my kicker's going to go ahead and lay that one down. The choosing to not chase that one there. It was a pair board. I don't hate his bet one iota there, acting last in the hand, trying to take a stab at that pot and take it down there, and no one having anything. But Robert did flop three of a kind. So a healthy little pickup there for him. Going to put him in second in chips. My kicker still comfortably in the lead at almost 150,000 in chips. And Robert now 113 and Allison at 102. Bryant here under the gun looking at an ace deuce offsuit, going to let that one go. Philip, who really wanted to see some more cards that open-ended, now not picking up much of anything, has to lay his down. We have been streaming this Flight G for 4 hours. Started the stream at 6 p.m. I wasn't able to join you guys here in the box, but I've at least had the stream on to follow along. And I'm going to be here for most of the rest of it and have to step out occasionally here and there for floor activities. But definitely going to be here with you, seeing who these baggers are, making it into this $50,000 guaranteed day two tomorrow. Eduardo raising middle position with King 8 suited of hearts, folds over onto Robert on the button, Ace 10 offsuit, makes the call. And Bobo going to come along for 5,000 more with the 7 deuce. There's only half price for him. No reason to try not to get lucky here, even with the 7 deuce. He's going to flop a pair, 9 deuce king, 2 hearts for Eduardo and top pair. He's going to really like this hand here. Robert misses with his blackjack. And, Bryant has bottom pair. Let's see what kind of pricing Eduardo chooses here to see who comes along. Looks like he's going to bet 12-5 into this one. It's going to be a little too expensive probably for Robert to come along there, so he's going to lay that one down. Bryant with bottom pair. He's only got 55,000. It's too much for him as well. Yeah, he does fold. So Eduardo flopping a monster top pair, second nut flush draw. He bets that and picks a pretty nice little pot. The blinds are big enough now that you're going to start seeing some moves being made. This is going to start getting hot and heavy as these players start to fall out. 8 players of this flight are going to be in the money. And I believe only 5 of them will be bagging and tagging into day 2, as you can get a min cash of $100 here in this flight on day 1 flights, but it's not necessarily a bag to the second day. but you can get the min cash 12% to 8% of $100 on this $65 entry tournament. But these players don't care about the $100 bill. They care about getting the bag and tag, putting them into the running tomorrow. Eduardo here under the gun. First act with 8-4 offsuit. Going to let that one go. My kicker not liking his hand. Folds over to Mario. Folds as well. Chu, new to the feature table on the button, lets his 8-5 go. Not a lot for any of these players, but Bryant, he's got 9-3 offsuit, and he's going to make a play here trying to pick up the blinds from Philip, and it's going to work. Philip not waking up with anything either, so great play there by Bryant, stealing the blinds. And Philip and Bryant both kind of the shorter stacks here at this feature table. Both players with about 10, 12 bigs in front of them, needing to find a couple of cards to make a move with. Looks like we got Allison moved off this feature table out to an outer table. So that means there's probably 14 players left in the field at this point. We maintain table balance here with the feature table. With the outer tables, we treat it just like a tournament table. No added advantages or favors just because you're live on camera. Other than the fact that you get to watch the stream back later and see how you played, how your opponents played. We have a lot of people that enjoy going back and watching these videos. And these chats are saved also, so feel free to shout out your friends and the good plays. Everybody sees those on the playbacks. Just be nice. It's like we have a quick dealer change here. See who we're getting in the box there. Looks like Carlos. Great dealer here at Poker House Fort Worth. I'm excited to cast tomorrow's action. 1 o'clock tomorrow, day 2. We're going to get it live on stream as soon as we can. Get things set up and going where I can walk away from the floor and join you guys here on YouTube and Facebook playing down to the lion's share winner of that 50K guaranteed tournament. Someone's going to win probably what, 8,000 plus for first tomorrow. Eduardo in the small blind looks like he just calls at 5,000. My kicker going to check his option. We're going to go heads up to a flop. Queen, ace, 7, all hearts here. Nothing for Eduardo. My kicker, having bottom pair, doesn't want to get involved. Goes ahead and lets that one go. Robert here going to be the first one to act under the gun. Looks down at a not a good hand, 6-3 offsuit. Lets that one go. Chu will get up with ace 10 offsuit, reaching for some chips. That's some raising chips here. He's reaching for quite a bit there. Looks like 18,000. And Bryant waking up with ace king, all in, right behind him immediately. Philip getting out of the way. Eduardo on the button, ace 7 offsuit, lets his go. My kicker not waking up with anything, has to let his go. Mario folding as well. And so now Chu and Bryant. And tough call here for Chu. Bryant has him out chipped. And he raised to 18. He's only got about 60 left behind. So he put in quite a bit of a stack there, but it's hard to call off an all-in with ace-10 offsuit. See if Chu wants to gamble here, hoping that Bryant has 9s or less maybe, or does he want to try to pick a better spot? He is going to fold, so Bryant picking up that 28,000 there. It's going to put him over the 100 mark, over 100K in his stack. So Bryant chipped up pretty nice in the last 28, 30 minutes or so. So Philip and Chu both around that 55, 60,000 mark. Going to need to make a move as blinds just have gone up to 3,000, 6,000, 6,000. You've still got about an hour to get into the turbo flight if you're listening or watching near the Poker House Fort Worth or the Poker House Peaks area. 1 hour left to get in on this $50,000 guaranteed tournament. The last chance flight, the Turbo Flight H. 1 hour left of registration. This hand here in Flight G has folded around to the cutoff, and Eduardo is going to let that go. Kicker on the button, ace-8 suited, reaching for some chips. Looks like he's going to raise this one up, put some pressure on the blinds. Making the bet there of 15,000. Mario 6-5 offsuit, not going to be able to defend. Robert in the big blind looking at a jack-6, and this blind thievery is going to work for Kicker. But he had a good hand to do it with. It wasn't quite a bluff. Clay asks, are you going to post the payouts for tomorrow when y'all get done tonight? Yes, I'm going to be up late tonight. Compiling all of the data from both clubs. Of course, I've done it as I've gone along, so it won't take me too terribly long. We'll see exactly where we end up on entries and what the payouts are going to be. I will say the prize pool is probably going to be 50,000. We're going to fall a little bit short of the guarantee, but that is okay. We love doing this tournament, and we're going to continue to do it in the future. So the payouts won't be too hard to calculate. My kicker here in the cutoff, king, queen of clubs, going to raise this up to 15 again. 2 hands in a row, he's raised it up here. See if he works. 2 for 2. Shooting the big blind. Ace tray, not going to be good enough to call a raise here. So kicker going to get away with 2 sets of blinds and antes with back-to-back raisings. No one wanting to tangle with the big stack. But yeah, Clay, I'll have, before I leave tonight, should have all of the information posted, the payouts, hopefully the seating chart, everything posted on our Facebook. So you can look and see either late tonight or in the morning when you get up where you're going to be, who you're going to be seated with. See how quickly I can get that done tonight so I can get some sleep. It's been a long day. 3 flights, and we're still not done. We've got getting close to the final table of this one, and we still have an hour left of registration in this turbo. And then get back up here for day 2. My kicker, continuing pressure, 3 in a row, picking up blinds. This is the pressure we were talking about, how if you give this man chips, he can start to be a problem. Clay, we do have some stuff coming up. We will be announcing a lot of that stuff pretty soon. Nothing quite yet announced. here in the DFW area, there's a lot going on everywhere, so you have to make sure that you schedule accordingly. For no other reason other than that you don't want to put something together just to have it overlap something else that's super fun somewhere else. I don't like working against other clubs. I prefer to schedule stuff to where the players can do everything if they want to. Like I said, we got this tournament squeezed in. The only thing we couldn't really dodge was the one big tournament in Dallas, but nothing we can do about that. Can't dodge everything, but we do our best. Mario there, picking up a page out of my kicker's book, just putting it all in and taking away any decisions there. He gets it through, picks up some orbits. So yeah, I've got a lot of ideas, a lot of fun stuff thinking about doing, but we're going to wait and see what the scheduling looks like for everyone. But there'll be plenty of time to check everything out, get everything posted on Facebook. Philip here in the small blind, flopping two pair with 8-5. Mystery hand here for Eduardo. Philip gets all in on this flopper. Eduardo's thinking about this call here. Not sure what he has, but he's cutting out chips for a call, so we're going to find out together. Philip showing the 8-5. Jack 6 here for Eduardo. So Eduardo with top pair, needing to catch a 6 or running cards. 7 on the turn, no good, but now he has open-ended lots of outs here on the river. 5 is going to take it. 8-5 for Philip. Big double up there. Eduardo had a lot of outs. If he didn't get it in on the flop, he was going to get it in on that turn. So Philip getting the much-needed double up. Puts him closer to that 100K mark. I will say we had 67 entries in this flight. It's a lot of chips in play, and there's just not a lot of chips here on this feature table. There's over 2 million chips in play, and we've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, we got a lot of chips on that outer table. Probably about a third of them here on this table. So when we do go to a final table, some of these players are going to need to have some more ammunition before we combine. That looks like what Robert's going to do here. The 9-7 suited in middle position, going to raise us some 16,000. Bryant, a little bit bigger of a chip stack, can lay down the pocket sixes. Kind of an awkward sizing for him. That's kind of where a lot of these players are with awkward sizing. Is 50, 60, 70,000 chip stacks with the blinds at 366. A min raise puts in, a fifth of your stack. So things definitely more difficult navigating right now. Chu and Eduardo, your short stacks here at this feature table. 7 players, so and 15 minutes ago when this was going on. Like I said, we're streaming 15 minutes in the past. There was at least 14 players, maybe 13. Folds all the way around to Eduardo on the button. 9-3 suited. Going to let that one go. So now my kicker and Mario in the blinds. My kicker calling the 6,000 with a Jack 7 suited. Mario looking down in the big blind at 10-9 offsuit. Does check his options. So we're going to go heads up to a flop. King, queen, tray. To the aggressor go the spoils on this one, and my kicker is going to test that theory by betting 10,000 out right now into Mario. Mario with just a gut shot, needing a jack to make a straight, going to let that one go. So as predicted, the first aggressor going to take that one down. So yeah, there's roughly, 600K in chips on this table, give or take, with a little bit of error that happens in tournaments and chip stacks as people get moved around. But there's over 2 million chips in play. So, like I said, the outer table definitely has bigger stacks. So these players, not only do they need to make moves here against the stacks at the tables, but in tournaments, you need to look at where you stand with the field, especially when you're this close to combining to a main game. You don't want to find yourself going from third or fourth in chips all the way down to sixth, seventh, or eighth. Philip here in the hijack can raise up 12,000 with the ace jack offsuit. Small blind Mario folding over the big blind to Robert. See if he wakes up with anything. He's tipping out for his beer. 6,000 more to call, just a min raise there from Philip. We're getting king 9 offsuit. Goes ahead and lays that one down. Still quite a few tuned in here to our Facebook and YouTube. We appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in. I can see both chats. You can shoot a comment, ask any questions about the tournament, about upcoming stuff, any thoughts, comments, all appreciated. I enjoy the discourse. Robert casually throwing in enough here in the small blind to put Chu all in. And Chu going to comply with the request. Robert has ace king of hearts. Chu pocket tens. We are going to race for an $8,500 pot. Chu the one at risk. Can't ask for much better in the big blind. Pocket tens. Chu happy with this one, I'm sure. Getting it in ahead. And there you see the ace king of Robert and pocket tens for Chu. Chu looking to dodge an ace, a king, or a lot of hearts. Let's see what Carlos does here on this flop. 7-4 jack, only one heart. Need some running cards for Robert, or an ace and a king. Eight's not going to do it here. To the river. An ace on the river is going to spike Robert, and Chu will fall. Unfortunately, had a good hand there, giving Robert a knock on the elbow. So thanks a lot, buddy. But two good hands late in this tournament. Bet raise, call, all in, yada yada. Definitely going to happen there every single time. Battle of the blinds, both needing to stack up here. And we will say goodbye to Mr. Chu. Always a lot of fun to have him here on stream. And as we lose Mr. Chu, we're getting one step closer here to making this the final table. And right now, joining me here in this booth, my good friend Mark. Mark, say hello.
Hello, everyone.
Mark, a fellow player from the West Texas area in our San Angelo market, came to fire a few bullets here into this tournament. I guess since you're sitting here with me, you didn't do any good.
I didn't. Good field today. A lot of good players. Cards didn't fly my way.
Yeah, Bryant here going to lay his hand down as Eduardo making the bottom pair, putting pressure there on Bryant. Yeah, we had quite a bit. We had a huge field for noon. That was fantastic. We had 67 in this flight that we're watching here. And from the looks of things, looks like that turbo is cooking right along.
There's been a lot of action in the turbo. I just left it.
So you did fire bolts into the turbo as well?
Oh, of course. You got to get in all of them, You got to get your money's worth.
Well, the value is here, this $50,000 guaranteed tournament for only a $65 buy-in. The bullets are definitely worth it. But like I said, Mark and a couple friends here drove in from West Texas to join me here, say hello, and fire some shots into this tournament here. And we had two out of three y'all bagged. So
I was the bubble boy.
You were the bubble boy.
I busted out sixth, and I won't hear the end of that on the ride back home because the other two bagged. So, yeah, it'll be interesting.
So you're stuck here with them tomorrow. Then you're going to watch them.
Oh yeah,
watch them play. Well,
I'll
maybe
play some cash.
You play some cash game, and we have our bomb pot free roll also on Sundays. That's a lot of fun. I'm going to go ahead and have that tournament going on tomorrow as well, so people can come and root on the final table. Probably by the time we get there, it'll be close to the end. That free roll doesn't start until 7 p.m. Bryant here in the small blind going to raise it up at the 6-5 offsuit. Philip in the big blind. King 9 offsuit. Bryant. He's already had his blind stolen a couple times here, so he's definitely getting frustrated with him. That's the only reason you see him sort of animated talking about it here. Philip just under 100,000, and Bryant, like I said, he's pretty short, but Philip not going to give him a chance to double up there with the King 9, so has to lay it down one more time.
Good play by the button.
Yeah, he's been heck on Philip's blinds the last couple orbits. Philip going to get tired of it soon enough, I'm sure. But quite a few of people watching here on Facebook and YouTube. We've had a lot of fun streaming these flights to the platform. Mario here, middle position. Thought about it for a minute there with the King 8, but decided to let it go. Mark, I was making the comment that there's over 2 million in chips in play here in this tournament. And there's just not a lot here on this feature table, and so these players need to be cognizant of the fact that once we combine, their positions are going to shrink.
Yeah, they're in the spot where they need to start gathering some momentum here to compete with what's coming up.
Bryant just limping in on the button now with King at 10 suited. Philip letting the Jack 5 go. Eduardo on the big blind. Now Eduardo's been pretty active here since he's joined the feature table. Queen Jack offsuit. He's going to recognize that Bryant just limped in, so I think he's going to put some pressure on him here. He is, in fact, reaching 4 chips. Yeah, he's going to raise this one up, putting the pressure back on Bryant. 30,000, basically making him commit the rest of his stack here. And Bryant there talking back at him, giving the business. It's a real pretty hand, King 10, but it's harder to call with than it is to raise with.
You're not lying. That is one that you probably, being that on the button, probably should have stuck it in, but I understand the pressure.
Yeah, he went ahead and let that one go. Eduardo recognizing a little bit of weakness there in Bryant and putting the pressure on him. So we're 6-handed here at this feature table. Of course, like I mentioned, we're on a 15-minute delay. So while I know how many players there are left in the field 15 minutes ago, I don't want to spoil it with you. So we either have 12, 13 or so left. The outer table, we keep them balanced. This is a feature table, but it is still a tournament table. So we maintain the balance with the outer tables. So
this stream looks really good.
We've definitely made a lot of improvements, got a lot of more coming, and really excited about some of this stuff. I don't know if you noticed that other small room that's by the stream table. We're going to have that set up in there with some green screens, things that we can have some cameras around the area, and really open up the production here. A lot of people have expressed how much they enjoy the streams, and we enjoy putting them on. We have a lot of stuff planned. I'm pretty excited about it. Hold it all the way around here to Eduardo in the small blind. Just picked up some chips there from Bryant, but I don't know if he wants to necessarily mix it up with the chip leader here with my kicker. Yeah, he just tosses him a small blind there. Smart to just let that one go and move on to the next hand. My kicker, 196,000 in chips. You'll see the chip count here. He's got pretty much double the second amount. Well, no, Robert's picked up some here. So yeah, Robert's got 134. Yeah. So he's still just shy of 200,000. But my kicker, he's got a lot of fans in the chat, and they'll tell you just how volatile he can be. So it's best just to stay out of his way most of the time. He did really well in our summer jam back in June. Great guy. I enjoy my kicker here at Poker House Fort Worth.
The old 3 deuce.
The old 3 deuce into the buck. Bryant here is just begging for a place to chip up. Been pretty active. Ace deuce not going to do it though for him. Eduardo on the button, queen 10.
We're going to see a squeeze here?
It's possible. My kicker.
Or just a flat?
My kicker's sort of in slow down mode at the moment. He hasn't gone too wild here as he's built the chip stack, kind of sitting on it a little bit. Eduardo is going to raise this up, but he's going to raise it up. Big blind Mario.
Got a real hand.
Ace king of hearts. Looking at 8,000 more to call. He's only got 47 behind him. It's kind of hard to put in 8 here. It's I think Ace King misses a lot of the time, so I think you just have to put it all in.
Yeah,
and that's what he does.
Good decision.
And Eduardo is going to immediately call. Interesting.
Wow, he snapped it.
Didn't really think about it much.
Wow.
I guess he had already decided that he was going to go ahead and call, but he's going to see that he's got live cards at least, not up against Ace Queen or Ace 10. That would be the worst case scenario for him. But Mario definitely got his stack in best here, and that's all you can ask for in tournament poker. Get it in ahead and hope the math works in the long run. So pretty good sized pot here, 122,000 in the middle. Going to be sitting in Mario's stack or added to Eduardo's. Dealer Carlos here.
Well, Eduardo's got to be happy that at least both of his cards are live.
Oh, yeah.
He's not dominating.
Best case scenario. And Carlos here with a flop right in the window, a king, 6-6. So some running card help needed for actually immediately snap dead there. So Mario choosing the right time to get Ace King. And Eduardo's going to take a huge hit there to his stack. Looking back, he may want that one back. I know you're trying to make a play on the button just to take the blinds away, but I don't know about snapping off with queen 10 there. But again, this late in the tournament, you just have to gamble at some point.
Yeah, like you said, these guys have got to get some of their stacks up so that when they combine tables that they have, especially when the blinds, as this goes on a little bit later, they'll get to experience with the pain that I felt when you're sticking out, half of your stack just to cover the ante and the blind.
As does tournament poker happen.
Has to be that way or you'll be here all day.
Yeah, Clay's saying Ace King all in 3 times from Mario, 3 for 3. All in works every time except the last one. And it's a good streak for Mario. Bryant here under the gun looking at 6-5 suited. Great cash game hand, not so much for tournaments. But he wants to play so bad.
He's looking.
He wants to play so bad. He's
under the gun. It might look strong if he did, but the problem is.
Yeah, it's one of those.
What's he gonna do?
You can't. Yeah,
wow!
He put in about half of his stack. It looks like 25,000.
Oh, he might get it through.
Folding it through over to Robert. Queen 9 offsuit. 17 more to him. He's got over 100.
Yeah.
Does he want to see a flop with Queen 9 offsuit? He's counting out the calling chips. Looking to see what Bryant has behind, just because of the simple fact that he knows what the flop bet's going to be even more than likely. See how much he's going to have to commit to this hand completely.
Just thinking about it.
Yeah, he's cut out the call there and seeing what he has left over. Chips back into the stack there. It's either put Bryant all in or just fold, I believe. I think you don't. I don't think you just call here.
Yeah, you're in such a tough spot
Yeah.
depending on how your flop comes out.
Yeah,
You
he's
just
just
don't know
gonna go
what
ahead and
to
let
do.
that go. And I think that's the best decision there. Queen 9. That's
Good play by Bryant.
a tough hand to call off with there. Even if
Plus, under the gun seems so strong.
yeah, and if it wouldn't been for Bryant for so active, he's been putting it in pretty frequently. So you kind of missed that part of the story, but he's definitely going to be beating Queen 9 there more often than not.
Yeah.
Even if he has been overly active in the last little bit.
Who did we get in the box now?
Dealer Paul.
Paul's in the box. All right.
Yep. Experienced live stream dealer.
Dealers have been really good here. It's been a pleasure to play.
Yeah, they've had a long week. Today's been
bet.
a long day.
Yes.
We've had a lot of flights, a lot of hours put in by the employees, and we do appreciate them. They're the reason we can put on events like this. Had a lot of entries. This turbo still going on. Let the clock move around here and see how much time. Anybody listening? We've got about 30 minutes left to get in the turbo.
Shoves with the East 9
suited.
suited.
Found a hand to put in the last of it with.
Yeah.
Mario on the button, letting his hand go. Robert never going to call here with the Jack 5 of clubs.
No.
See if Bryant wakes up with anything. Does not. So Eduardo's shove is going to get through here. And, picking up 16,000 in blinds and antes is pretty good when you've only got 30-something in chips.
Yes.
So even though everyone folds, definitely a profitable pickup there, especially when you can survive the next few hands, because he's about to be big blind and here pretty quick. What time did y'all get here today?
Noon. So it's been a marathon, and I know a lot of these guys feel the same way. It's just been everybody's getting their money's worth and been playing quite a while.
Poker's a lot of work when you've been playing for 12 hours. These flights, not quite super marathon, but I definitely know that it is a lot of work to play some of these tournaments where the flights are longer, 10, 12 hours of poker. Brian here in the small blind. Is he going to pick on Philip's big blind again? He's done it several times. Philip is 100% getting tired of this. Does Bryant want to do it again with the Jack 9 offsuit? He's going to let him go that time. Look at him laughing.
Philip wouldn't even look at him.
No. Philip knew he had an ace. He was going to snap him off this time. Look at him smiling. Yeah, the Bryant and Philip.
He showed him. I was going with you.
Yeah. He wouldn't even look at Bobo, as they call him, Bryant.
I've played with him. He's a fun guy to play with.
Yeah, he's a good guy. My kicker is still in this lead at the feature table, 192,000 in chips. Second behind him, Mario, just under 120. Roberts worked his way back up to about 115,000 in chips. And Philip and Bryant on down the ladder. All these players definitely average or right below average. We were adding up the chips earlier at this feature table and seeing how many were at this table and versus the other table. And there's definitely some bigger stacks out on the outer table.
Philip waking up with a good one.
Ace King suited for the
what
small
a small blind.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's a dream.
And just not going to play around. Eduardo is short stacked. Actually, they're both pretty close now that Eduardo picked up those round of blinds. And Eduardo's going to gamble.
Oh, wow.
He's, 10-8's a lot of fun, but it sucks when you have the same suit. So Ace King versus 10-8. 2 live cards, though.
Yep. And they are connected at least.
And so I think Philip going to slightly have more chips in this one. I think Eduardo's going to be the one at risk. Dealer Paul puts out the 10-6
10 right in the window.
Eduardo taking the lead. Philip looking for an ace or a king at 9 and no help on the turn. Ace or a king doesn't happen, and now Eduardo is going to get the full double up, and Philip going to be left on life support.
Wow.
And ace king suited. What do you do?
I think that's going to be one of the tilting hands that we've all seen and had.
Yeah, You're getting short stacked. You have the other short stack there with you in the blinds. You wake up with ace king suited, put him all in, and get the call well ahead.
And poker does what poker does.
That is exactly what poker does. So Philip's still going to have some chips left. We'll get the update on the tracker there. Lorenzo does a fantastic job on the tracker. Have you seen behind the scenes of the tracker room? Have you been in there yet?
I haven't been in there yet. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely tedious. You have to sit there and press all the buttons, press the bets in, make sure all the cards are read. It's a lot of hours just sitting in front of a computer.
A couple of us have kind of been working our way around the state, doing just checking off clubs off of Poker Atlas, and so far we've all agreed that this is our favorite small room. As far as it's the perfect size, but it's not like one of these that you're going to just swallow it up. Yeah, it still feels like a community here.
Now we love the facilities here at Poker House Worth. We're very, very proud of what we have going here. Mario's got 6 figures in his stack, so a little bit of an awkward sizing here, and that's what they've been dealing with. He's got 118 in his stack. The blinds are 4 and 8,000. It's hard to find a good enough raise size with such a premium like this without committing almost too much of your stack. He says he's got 118, so if you make it 20, 24,000, you're putting in a quarter of your stack. So
yeah,
it's tough to find a good spot to do it with here.
No matter and also being under the gun, he is going to seem strong. Spinning into the field. It is a tough spot, especially where he's at with his sizing.
Yeah, because you got to put in enough to basically let your opponents know that you're going to commit to their stacks. But he's only going to make it 16, so he's going to go pretty small here. Robert not waking up with anything in middle position. Over to Bryant, who let his go. Philip on the button, not waking up with anything at all. Eduardo, 9-8 suited, who just got a full-on double up from Philip over 6 figures as well. So matching stacks. With these newfound chips, you may want to see a flop. Counting out a call here. He's got my kicker right behind him. He does make the call. My kicker not waking up with anything there. So Mario with, I hate to say disguised kings. Because it's not,
I think it is.
I don't think there's any way that Eduardo can put him on that strong of a hand with that raise. Deuce, jack on this one here.
It's just what you want to see when you see kings.
Boy, if Mario checks this here, what a play that would be. What a play. He would just check it one time.
You got a rainbow board.
It's a safe enough flop.
Yeah, I mean, you don't ever put your opponent on a deuce.
No, I mean, it's a check here could be the maximum value, but he's going to bet this here. Well, he's reaching for it. He might not. And he's thinking long about it, so it still could show a little.
I think he's trying to figure out what he's sizing.
Here.
Yeah, let's see what he does.
Looks like he's bet 13,000 here. And now Eduardo,
is this enough to make him want to do a playback?
Well, he was pretty aggressive early before he got short stacked. And with that kind of hesitation out of Mario, he let it go there. But boy, how strong would a check have been there?
Yes.
That would have been.
I think I would have liked to check. There's no way wrong. There's no wrong way to play when you're ahead. No. But you do try to always think of how can I maximize my profits here.
But he's stacking the chips, so did nothing wrong there. And he's going to be second in chips, creeping up on my kicker. My kicker has kind of shifted back on his gears here. And given some of those chips back, he had a huge lead on the table earlier. And once he got that chip stack, he decided to kind of slow it down a little bit. But that's good play, don't get me wrong. But now he's needing to
we seem to be on a trend where the under the gun's waking up with just enough of the hand, that they're in that spot we just talked about.
King, queen, offsuit. Robert's going to raise up to 22,000. Folds all the way around to Mario. Not going to have anything either here. So Robert going to pick up some blinds and antes, which is important in tournament play.
Crucial.
Surviving the orbits. That's all you're trying to do, especially whenever you need it to get down to the final table. That's part of the problem with these guys. They are 6-handed, so the outer table is at least 5 or 6-handed. Trying to make it down to 9 to fill up that table so the blinds don't come around so quickly.
Yeah, it's really tough on the short stack when you're playing shorthanded, because they do come around quickly.
And blinds of 4,000, 8,000 with an 8,000 ante. You're looking at 20,000 in orbit, which is a lot for any stack at this table. My kicker finally reaching for some chips on the button here, raising it up with 20,000 king queen offsuit. No anything for the blinds here, so it looks like he's just going to pick up some of those blinds that he gave away the last couple hands. Shows the king queen, yeah. I don't think that's fooling anybody at the table, my kicker. They know you are capable of having anything. So just because you showed king queen doesn't mean anything to this table, I promise you. They know him well enough that it's like, okay, yeah, whatever. You had it this time. That doesn't mean you're going to have it next time. As Paul puts out, this is hand number 124 on the stream, and pretty close. We started the stream playing at the beginning of this tournament 4 hours and 45 minutes ago, but didn't really get into the commentary booth until things started to calm down. But we've had quite a few people watching for the last 4 or 5 hours.
Comes to the blinds. Oh, small blind wakes up with a real one.
Ace queen offsuit for Robert. He's going to put Bryant all in here. Bryant apparently not having anything as he immediately folds. And king queen, queen 10.
Yeah.
Knows that that's harder to call with than it is to bet with.
Always.
So good fold there by Bryant. So we were talking about the facilities here at Poker House Fort Worth. We're real proud of the way it looks. I love this room. It's beautiful.
I do too.
And people that come in talk about, always say how nice it is here, well lit, nice and clean.
Smells good. I mean, it's little things, but it's clean.
It's a big deal.
Good.
A poker room smelling good.
It's just a good atmosphere. Great location too.
It's one of my favorite things is the location.
Oh wow, Edward!
Under the gun, another under the gun hand. Such an awkward spot with
How does
premiums.
This keep happening?
Yeah, it looks so strong. Let's see what sizing he chooses. He's got a little less than 100,000 in his stack. Looks like he made it 21,000.
Yeah, they seem to be hovering right around that 21, that 20.
Yeah. Robert waking up king 8 offsuit on the button. Nothing really to go with here. And it looks like this is going to be the last hand before the break. Is Philip going to get in his last 31,000 with a 7-6 of spades? He's going to make the call. He's only a discount to him. He's in the big blind.
I don't mind that a bit.
Yeah, he wants to see if he can find a quick double up here before the break. 5-5-3 rainbow flop. He goes all in. Eduardo snap calls pocket queens. Philip needs some help. A 4 or some running 6s or 7s. He does have running spades as well. Ignore the graphics there. Paul just kind of leaned over at the reader there. And so Philip at risk, and at a lot at risk, and needs some running help. There's a 7, has a life to a 4 or a 7. Ace on the river, not going to do it, and we are going to lose Philip. Philip, boy, he's had a tough few days. He been firing in these flights, running it deep, and just not able to quite get across that finish line. Had a decent stack earlier, and they just never could pick up any cards, and slowly the blinds got to him there. So the players are going to go on a 15-minute break. We're going to be getting down to the final table pretty soon. You stayed with us this long, so keep staying with us a little bit longer. And we're going to be coming back in here to the booth, and we're going to bring you down to the final 5 baggers. They're going to be bagging and tagging their stacks to tomorrow, day 2, 1 p.m. Quite a few of you in the channels. Stick around. Don't miss the end of this. We'll be right back.
And players are back from the short break. We have 6 players here at this table. We're still balanced with the outer table, needing a few more eliminations to get to the final table. I think we had a little bit of movement. Somebody did come into the table here. Robert here, middle position, pocket twos. Looks like he throws. No, he's going to play him.
He hasn't thrown him yet. He's in the hijack.
And Mike, new to the table here on the button, pocket queens. Blinds are 5,000, 10,000, 10,000. So a lot of these stacks needing it to make a move. He's got 108,000 in his stack. It looks like he's going to put half of it in the middle with these pocket queens here on the button. After Robert just called the 2 pocket deuces, raises to 45. All the way back over to Robert, who had limped in with the deuces. 35 more to him.
Wow, he looks like he's cutting out collar chips.
That's
he's going to go set mining.
Pretty big commitment for pocket twos. Just hoping that Mike.
Maybe he's just doing some accounting here.
Yeah, I just never could bring myself to believe that Mike's doing this with just big cards. You know, he's got a pocket pair for sure, and he does make the smart fold after thinking about it for a little while there.
That was a good amount of his chips to be putting in with deuces.
Yeah. But Mike was on the button, so he picked up not only that extra 10 there from Robert, but the blinds and antes, which are not small. And my kicker, just under 200,000. Robert at 144, Mike at 143, Mario 130, Eduardo 116. So Bryant, the only guy left out in the cold here at 42,000. All the rest of these guys pretty close to even. One hand swinging the other way. Bryant
pushes it in.
Yep.
Ooh, and he's going to get a call probably here.
42,000. It's for a third of Mike's stack. Ace Jack. That's not a snap call. You're dead to Ace Queen, Ace King a lot of the times, including this time. But he is cutting out some calling chips. Again, Bryant shoved with Ace Queen of Hearts, and Mike is sitting here thinking about it with the Ace Jack offsuit, looking at the players behind him, wondering if they might make a call as well. That would make it tougher for him. But he does make the call. Huge call there. He's not going to be happy to see the cards once they're turned over. Mario, the last to act on the big blind here. Not going to do it with the Jack-9. So Bryant and Mike heads up all in. Bryant at risk with the ace queen of hearts, and Mike ace jack off suit. Need to spike a jack. Dealer Paul puts out queen, 9 deuce. Tough card there for the ace jack. 7 turn doesn't do anything.
Ends it.
End over end. So Bryant doubles up fully through Mike, and now they've basically evened up stacks with each other, both around 100. And I think the whole table is around 140, 130, 150. I mean, here you are right here. 194, 144, and then 116, 110, 109, and 101. So
it only takes one good pot.
Yeah.
And tides change quickly.
Victoria, big fan of Bobo in the chat, which is Bryant. Loving to see his double up there. Still alive, 6-handed. These players definitely hoping for 1 or 2 more eliminations to get to the final table to ease up the pressure on these blinds coming around so quickly. So letting the graphics catch up here. Players read their cards. Bryant here under the gun, folding the queen jack off suit.
He says, "I just got these chips. I want to look for a little better spot."
Yeah, not the cards he wants to see right now. Not quite good enough. Eduardo in the cutoff here. Thought about making a move there maybe for a second, but that's what my kicker is going to do. 7-5 offsuit, going to raise this one up, trying to do some blind thievery here. Gets through Mario in the small. Robert 9-8 offsuit. This one's going to work for my kicker. Maybe.
Oh,
Robert defending.
Robert with the obvious call.
Defending with the 9-8.
With the monster 9-8 offsuit.
And
He just gets one right in the window. Now
pair.
what do you do?
Well,
now what do you do?
Kicker's going to C-bet this 100% of the time.
Oh,
but he
didn't.
And that's almost scarier if you're Robert. If I'm Robert, I'm actually almost more scared of kicker's checks.
Oh, my gosh. He checked it again.
Yeah. And is he really going to do it again and let Robert pick up some extra chips here? No, he's finally going to reach, and it's going to be a decent fire, too.
It's going to be
29,000.
You just can't call a bottom pair here.
Well, my kicker's capable, though.
He is.
Robert knows that my kicker is capable.
He says, I don't think you got it.
But the problem is there's just
what are you beating?
He could have spiked a queen, but he calls it up.
Snapped it off.
Huge call there for Robert.
Good read.
Big pickup there. Like I said, my kicker has a little bit of a reputation, but that's still a difficult call with the chip stacks there, and that's going to be a huge swing in chips there for Robert, putting him over the 200K mark.
Got to give him all the credit, though. I don't fault either player for their play there.
No, it was a good.
I might have bet a little sooner.
Yeah, kicker. But that puts Robert over the 200K mark. And kicker still has 141,000. He's a little bit ahead of the rest of the field, but this table is all so aligned. Every hand matters.
Mm-hmm.
Big time here. Mario folded around to him on the button, looking at 10-7, going to throw that into the mug. Robert.
Little blind on blind action here.
Just got some chips here. Wants to put them to work. Just wants to see a flop. Limps in. King 8 suited. And Bryant going to raise it up with the Jack Deuce. Maybe recognizing some weakness.
Obvious raising hand.
Yeah.
That's just what you have to do there.
He said none of this limping, Robert.
That's right.
So, great move by Bryant. A lot of people just check there and try to see a flop, but he took the aggressive route and just took it down right there.
If all else fails, try a little aggression. It worked well for him there.
So we have the 6 players here on this feature table. We keep it balanced with the outer table, just like a normal tournament. Nothing special about this feature table. So they either have 6 or 5, and we're playing down to 9. And then we'll do a quick pause and a redraw for a final table. And not 8. I think 8 players get the cash, and we're taking 5 bags. So 3 places, 6th, 7th, and 8th will get $100 min cash.
Eduardo under the gun with ace 5 off. He's going to make the call.
Ace 7 into the muck for my kicker. Rubber on the button, folding, taking more interest in the newfound pizza. Small blind, Mike, ace 10 offsuit. Halfway. Well, no, he's only in for 5.
Oh, excuse
Raises
me,
to
Eduardo
20.
raised.
Eduardo raised.
He
Good.
raised. Okay.
Yeah. Mike's
Sorry.
going to defend big blind there. It was just a min raise. So 10,000 more to see a flop of Jack 5 9. No help to either one of these players. Well, bottom pair for Eduardo. Mike here is going to take the betting lead away. Stacking chips. That's pretty huge. Big move there by Mike. And definitely going to put the thought on Eduardo here. Jack 9 5.
I don't know if Eduardo's buying it.
Eduardo's got bottom pair. Pair's hard to make short-handed. But yeah, Mike just joining the table right before the break. He may not know how he plays. Just a call there.
Just a call.
Now let's see if Mike can continue to put the gas on this one here.
Oh,
board
and here comes the gas.
That's going to be a bigger pair there for Mike. He finally made something.
And
he's reaching for all of his chips.
And there's the gas.
Yep, and Eduardo just can't. Even if he thinks something's wrong here, that board just brought too much in. That 10 brings in all the straight draws.
You got to give it to him. He called when he was ahead, laid it down when he was behind.
Yeah, and good moves out of Mike. Definitely have to keep an eye on him.
Yes. He's here to play.
Yeah, he wasn't even wasn't the aggressor pre-flop, but took it over on that flop, and you don't see that very often.
No,
especially when you don't have anything.
Yes, it certainly comes across as very strong.
Oh yeah.
We have the luxury of seeing the cards. When you're sitting out there, it's a little different dynamic.
Yeah, people think I'm some kind of poker genius. I'm just doing play-by-play. It's literally in front of me.
Right.
When people say, "Oh, that's exactly what I was thinking," you were saying exactly what I was thinking. Well, yeah, I can see your cards. I can see your chips.
I almost play perfect when I can see everybody's cards. You know what I mean? I know exactly what my sizing should be. I know.
I know what my odds are here when the computer tells me. Yeah, pizza looks great.
Oh, my favorite dealer, Carlos.
I need Carlos to get practice with these RFID cards.
He was the wonderful gentleman who cracked me. My pocket fours lost to Jack 5, obvious jam.
Yeah, I've got a few players that call him their quote unquote favorite dealer. Favorite for tripping down the stairs.
It's a great personality though. Really good guy, sharp dealer.
Gets along with everybody. Folds around to Mike and the small blind, who just completely took that hand away from Eduardo, and he still feels compelled to play against him as he just calls. I wonder if I think he was putting in the small blind. He might not have called here. No, he did call.
He just called.
Eduardo's going to check his action with 3 deuce offsuit, deuce in the window.
Oh, everybody gets a little something.
Top pair for Mike, and Eduardo's. Guarantee you Eduardo's going to call here no matter what, because after that last hand, he's going to want some of those chips back from Mike.
Like you said, it's hard to make a pair, but he does lay it down.
So
wow,
Eduardo getting into the believer camp with Mike there, and I don't blame him. Mike doesn't look like a guy that gets out of line.
That's 2 hands in a row that he has made the correct decision, though.
Yeah, no, Eduardo's earlier before you joined the stream made a couple of really good plays, good position plays. Definitely has his chops here for tournament poker that I've seen so far, and just needs some chips to work with, just like the rest of this table here.
Yeah, you don't have really anybody in a position that they can drive the action yet.
No. And Eduardo's actually need to make a move here pretty quick with way less than 10 bigs, about 5.5 bigs left. So get ready to see him put it in pre-flop with a pretty good holding here in a moment. 9-8 suited in the small. Yeah, it's good enough for him. Maybe hoping that kicker does wake up in the thing, and he's correct. So he'll pick up 10,000
Oh,
there.
he showed.
Yeah.
He shows I'm ready.
Yeah.
I need to double up, guys.
And like I said, just picks up an extra 20,000 there on a 50,000 total stack just for taking another big blind in the ante. Like I said, none of these stacks are safe.
No.
I mean, you're looking at 25,000 in orbit, and these guys are putting in a fifth of their stack in their big blind. It's amazing how close all these stacks are.
It really is.
No one's really run away with anything. Robert first to act, throw it into the muck. Bryant and Mike not waking up with anything here. Let's see, back over to Eduardo on the button now. 9-10 suited. Is that going to be enough to try to take both the small and the big and the ante? And he's going to try it. All in.
Oh, and
a
a snap
call from kicker. What did he step in? Not too much here. King Jack. He's
Ace
alive.
4 suited behind that.
Yeah. I'm not going to let that go. So
yeah.
Kicker snap calls, decides he needs to make a move as well. So Eduardo at risk, but with live suited connectors, not a terrible place to be. My kicker with the King Jack offsuit. Eduardo 9-10 of spades. So Carlos is going to put out a flop here. Eduardo at risk, 9-10 of spades. My kicker looking for a king or a jack. Take a huge lead on this hand. 9-10 deuce. 2 pair flopped for Eduardo, but not out of the woods yet. The queen will give my kicker a nut straight or an 8. 9 not going to do it. Eduardo, huge double up there. And that's
a casual full house.
Yeah, going to cripple my kicker down to 43,000. My kicker gambled like he needed to this late. But unfortunately, Eduardo's at 9-10 comes home all the way to the full house.
You know, it's tough with these stack sizes to get too creative. You know, it's really just at this point almost straight up. You can't, like you said, you're committing so much, a fifth of your stack, to try to get creative on a play that may or may not pan out. It doesn't always work. So
no, like I said, it's 10K just a call,
mm-hmm.
And when you've only got 150K, and a min raise,
mm-hmm.
is a huge significant portion of your stack. So these guys are in gambling territory. But that's tournament play for
tens.
You. He's got 164.
What sizing do you choose here?
Well, he said he's 10K to call.
He's going to do 30, 40?
35-ish.
35, 40?
He's got 164 in his stack. Probably 35. Looks like he's reaching. Looks like it was 40 there.
$38.
Yeah.
You just split the difference.
Split the difference between us. And it's going to work. Pick up 25K in blinds and antes. Like I said, these chip stacks, 189, 176, 172, 114. I mean, just Mario at 80 and kicker at 43, but one double up and you're right back with the rest of the pack. I mean, it's just anything can happen. There's no real hill to climb, but just a couple of good hands in a row, and you're chip leading the feature table. Mike under the gun looking at 9-4 off suit. Throw that one into the muck. Eduardo needing to make a move. Lets his queen 4 go. Kicker definitely need to make a move. Can't find it there with a 7 deuce. Mario on the button, who has just been nice and patient. Still not being rewarded for his patience yet. Robert going to limp in. Just call here, and Bryant going to make him pay the price again. This is the second time this has happened, Mark.
It is.
And Robert's going to call it this time. They're getting a little bit loose with the chips. King 8 offsuit versus Ace Trey. Carlos puts out a flop of 10, 5, 9, 2 diamonds. Not much for either player here, but Bryant still ahead with the aces, or at the ace high. It goes check, check to a turn. King of diamonds, front door diamonds do get home, giving a top pair for Robert.
Both of them pick up a flush draw.
And Bryant's actually be the one that bet
Robert's
this out.
got the king.
Yeah, Robert checked it. Bryant bet it because he picked up the ace high flush draw. Robert immediately moving all in, and now Bryant wondering what he stepped in here. This is a tough one.
You gonna call it off on a draw?
He doesn't have any chips left, though. He put in a lot on that. Looks like it says 69 to call. He has 94, so he put in at least 30,000 there on that turn.
Difficult spot.
Yeah.
Very difficult. I'm thinking he's laying it down.
He still has about almost 70K if he lays this down. He's dead to a dime, and dead without needing a dime. He needed a diamond or an ace. Robert shows him the king, which is enough for him. So big pot there for Robert, putting him over the 200K mark. Like I said, at any given hand here, these blinds, and chips shift.
My kicker's getting into that territory very quickly. He's going to have to make his choice.
That blinds just went up during that hand. Now it's 10-15 with a 15,000 ante. 10,000 small, 15,000 big with a 15. Who made this tournament? That's 40,000 morbid.
The best case scenario, my kicker's thinking, at least let me get it all in first. Don't make me call off with something mediocre.
Yeah,
let me at least be the aggressor.
Yeah,
and you get at least a feel for that.
I don't get to play very often, but I do play tournaments. I try to get it all in with a decent enough stack. Number one, a big enough stack to get people to actually want to fold, because you have enough to put a dent in other stacks. But also, I want to be the one to choose.
Yes.
I don't want to call it off unless I just have a monster. And kicker has chosen here.
He's chosen.
Jack Trey offsuit, just hoping the blinds don't wake up with anything here. Robert did, though.
He
Ace
is going
king,
to get,
and he puts in all of his stack.
Behind him.
Bryant fold. Mike waking up with 10 deuce of spades, lets his go. So my kicker,
live cards.
Gonna be
and a live suit.
Needing a jack, a tray, or a lot of hearts here, while Robert has the ace king of spades. We'll take anything else but jack or a tray. Always a lot of my kicker fans in the chat. I hope you're hoping for a jack or a 3 here to keep my kicker alive here in this flight G. Dealer Carlos to a flop. Queen 8-4, no help. 9-10, a jack, a 3, and a jack on the river, keeping my kicker alive. Double up there for my kicker.
Getting it done with the jack 3. That was an example of, do you think if the ace king would have been all in first, would he have called off with jack 3? Probably not. But because he got to be the first guy in the pot, he's in there with it.
He got to choose his fate there he's the one putting it across the line, not calling it. So jack on the river. Had a lot of outs, but chose the jack. And my kicker now.
Wasn't I just talking about Carlos? He's a good dealer. We always, us poker players always like to blame the dealer.
Yeah, as I said, Robert, not a fan of his at the moment. So my kicker doubles up, but still not out of the woods. The blinds are huge, and so he's going to put it in right on the very next hand of the gun with ace, queen off suit. See if anybody wakes up with anything.
Jack 10 suited.
Jack 10 suited, let it go. Wow. Yeah, that was a big fold there for the Jack 10 suited. Mike with the 9-6 off suit, not going to come in. See if Eduardo wakes up with anything here. The last one to get through in the big blind. Well, my kicker picks up an additional 40,000 in chips just for enticing folds, and it's going to work. So my kicker,
back to back,
extra chips there, puts him over 150K, 160K in chips.
Just like that, goes from 42 to 166.
Yeah, that's what I said. The blinds are so high, no one is safe. But that little extra jab there got him a free orbit So he's in the big
Someone in the
blind
chat
now.
says, "Look at that smile. It's even bigger now."
Yeah. So big turnaround there for my kicker. And he, like I said, was under the gun under that second hand there, so he got to pick up another set of blinds, so it doesn't cost him anything to get through this orbit.
Now Bryant's about to be in the choose my hand situation.
I don't think there's much of anybody that can really do much right now.
Yeah, like I said, it's very hard to get creative with
the stack
these stack sizes and these
blinds. But Mario looking down at an ace under the gun, he's going to try to raise it up here and get his blinds.
He's decided this is his time.
80,000. Mike not wigging with anything on the button. Eduardo 6-5 offsuit in the small blind, going to get through him, and his kicker feeling generous. He is. So
Not.
Mario, he gives him his blinds and antes. So Mario's going to be able to save himself the money on this orbit now that he's in the big blind.
Mario hadn't played a lot of hands since those pocket kings. So
no, and he was he showed a lot of patience earlier. He was on stream for a while. Definitely a deliberate player, chooses his spots. Had a good run yesterday. Got really close to the bubble. I don't know if he cashed or got right real close to the cash. Did not bag, but got really close. I just know these players cannot wait for nine-handed.
They sure can't.
Mixes folds over to
Eduardo
on the button. Ace King offsuit.
136. What's the sizing going to be here? What do you like, Reese?
It's so hard. You got to make it. I mean,
at
the end of the day, you can literally min raise it.
Mm-hmm.
He just raises up to 40, and my kicker goes all in. This one's going to be a little tougher.
Wow.
Queen 10 for my kicker calls the. He goes all in, and Eduardo snap calls.
My kicker's at risk. I'm sorry, Eduardo's at risk.
It's going to be close. We'll have to take a look. Whenever the blinds get this high and the hands happen, we'll let dealer Carlos figure out who's at risk here. I want to say Eduardo's the one at risk. I think kicker.
I think he is too.
Had him outchipped. Yeah.
Yeah, because I believe my kicker just had 166.
Yeah. So I think
Eduardo's in great shape, but.
Carlos to a flop. My kicker looking for a queen or a 10 to take the lead over the ace king. Jack deuce 4, no help. Needing a runner or a queen or a 10. 6 of diamonds on the turn does nothing. Queen or a 10. And it's a 5. Eduardo getting the full double up. Now, no, that was all the chips for my kicker. He did have him out chipped.
Wow.
So my kicker chose to gamble. Tough beat there, kicker fans.
We're going to be getting close to this final table.
Yeah, we'll see if that gets it. Does that get to our final 9 or not?
So, Reese, how many of these gentlemen do you know of that have already bagged?
No one here at this table has a bag yet into day 2. So, all 5 of these players looking for the. No, I'm not. I'm kidding there. Bryant, he has a bag.
And Bryant's all in.
He's all in here.
He's picked his spot, and he's got a decent hand to do it with.
Yeah, ace of 5 suited under the gun.
That's the new ace king.
It is. I still can't play it. But it is the new age ace king. Those little suited ace wheels. Mario, small blind, queen deuce. Robert going to snap in the big.
Jack 10 off. Here we go.
10. He had the chips to spare. So Bryant, the one at risk. Ace 5 suited. Robert with the Jack 10 offsuit. Dealer Carlos taking us to a flop. 8, 9, 6. Big flop here for Robert. Picks up more outs. Another 9, needing a 7, Jack, or 10. Deuce, not going to do it. Bryant, ace high, going to take this one down and get the full double up courtesy of Robert. So staying alive is Bryant. Yeah, Bryant has, he got a bag. I can confirm. You know, these flights have been going on so quickly that it's all kind of a blur to me. I have to look up and see who bagged. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, Bryant does have a bag. 531,000.
Oh, he's got a good sized bag.
He's got a real good bag.
He's looking to add.
Yeah, hoping to add it to that bag that he got the previous flight. So we're still playing 5-handed. So the other table is either at 5 or 6. The blinds are big enough here, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be getting down to this final table pretty quickly, and even when we get to the final table, the action is going to go quick. We're only looking for top 5 to bag. So I don't foresee this going on too much longer. Eduardo wanted to make a move, chose against it. Mario waking up on the button with King 9 offsuit. He's going to go all in here, hoping the blinds don't wake up with anything. Robert, ace 7 offsuit.
What's Robert going to do? It looks like he's giving her up.
He's letting Carlos know that he's a pretty good dealer and he appreciates him for working here at Poker House Fort Worth.
That's exactly what he said.
I think that's what he said.
Yes.
Bryant,
guaranteed.
Bryant, the big blind.
Doing a little Hollywood.
Yep. Shows launch lays it down. So Mario picked a good spot to try to take some blinds away, and it was successful. Now waiting for the table to reset here.
Graphics are delayed a little bit, folks. We're going to get to play the way the players play here. We get to imagine what they have.
Clay asked, we're going to see another double knockout with quads tonight. Not sure, but that was a train wreck, wasn't it? We had, I don't know if I told you this yet or not, but we had a qualifier getting 8%, qualified into day 2 with 0 chips. So he's a min cash on day 2.
Wow.
Yeah, we had a double knockout. A guy named Matt, good guy, good tournament player. Flopped quads with the person all in, and then the other guys betting into him the whole way.
Oh, gosh. You got to love that.
Yeah, it was a tough one there. So, but yes, for those in the chat that remember that and will question what happened to that, I believe is Alfredo. He did qualify for day 2, but does so with 0 chips. And so at the shuffle up and deal tomorrow, he gets whatever the min cash is. Of course, we couldn't give it to him last night because we don't know what it's going to be based on the number of entries.
Of course, yes.
The min cashes are locked in at 100 on day 1s, but he'll get just a little more than 100 on a day 2 of min cash. So credit for the day 2, but min cash on day 2. Mario here picked up some blinds, built him a little bit of stack, a little bit of padding. I don't think he's going to gamble for a third time here. Robert ace 9 of spades. Yep, all in here.
Right with the ducks.
Does he want to gamble with the pocket 2s? It's basically
he's shaking
ace.
his head. No.
Nope, he lets it go.
He says, I can't do it this time.
Mike's had a pretty tough run of cards here the last few orbits. Eduardo wanting to count ace jack suited.
Wow, I'm surprised I guess he just needs to take some accounting here.
Well, he's got a big stack there after knocking out kicker. He's got the big stack at the table at 272, but Robert looks like it's going to be half that to call it.
You got to believe shorthanded,
And
though,
he
that
does.
it's
He
very hard to
he's-
fold shorthanded.
Yeah, he makes the call. It's strong shorthanded poker.
Yes.
So Robert could be the one at risk here. Big pot, 305,000. Here goes Carlos to a flop.
Oh, what
Flop
a
of
flop.
ace, jack, 10. Huge flop for Eduardo, hurting Robert here. A king to chop this
King
one up.
chopped.
Not going to happen, and Robert is going to be eliminated here. And that's, yep, they just called pause the clock. So they are now at the final table. Robert finishing in 10th place. Another deep run for Mr. Robert. Big fan of the room, and the room is a big fan of his. And another great run, falling just short. So you have stuck here for a while. Still a lot of you here in the chat. Do not go anywhere. We are going to redraw for this final table. We're going to be looking for 8 players to get cash and 5 players to bag and tag. And with these blinds and these chip stacks, it's not going to take long. So stick around. It's not going to be a full 15-minute break, just enough for us to redraw and get everyone seated. So don't go anywhere.
There you see the chip stacks, and I was correct about how we had some of the bigger stacks at the outer tables here. We see Eduardo after that big double up, 452,000. The chip leader, Casey, 411. Orlando, 382. Let's see who else we have here at the table. There was a full redraw, so all players have moved seats. Bryant here under the gun. He's still the short stack. Let the graphics play catch up here. Mario switch seats. Orlando in the 3 seat. 382,000. Ace 9 suited. Make the call. Right behind him, Casey, pocket 3 is wanting to go set mining calling as well. Eduardo, 452,000 in his stack after that big double up or elimination there. DMAC, 191,000. Allison back to the feature table. Started the whole table, feature table with us here. The whole front half of the tournament got moved away. Good to see she is still in the tournament.
We have Texas heads up, 4 ways to the flop.
That's it. 6 ace jack, 2 clubs. A couple of players having an ace. Good to see some betting a little bit here. Ace 9, ace 7. There's an immediate all in there as it's checked all the way around to DMAC, ace 7. Not an easy call here with ace 9, and Orlando's holding. See what he thinks here. He's got 367,000 left in the stack, and it's for more than half of it to call. Big all in from DMAC. He's going to let it go. So DMAC with the aggression there is going to win that one.
Aggression took it down.
So if I'm not mistaken, I know a lot of these players from playing here, but I believe Allison, she's a pretty well-known female poker player here in the DFW area, and I believe she's a dealer at the Fort. Been in here to Poker House a couple times to play in some of our tournaments, and seems to be a delight. A lot of people like her. Speak to her when she comes in, so it's good to have her playing in these events here at Poker House Fort Worth. Bryant needing to make it a move. He's only got 50,000 left. The blinds are 10,000, 15,000 with a 15,000 ante. Orlando middle position, ace king suited. Just going to call, Mark.
Wow.
I'm not going to raise it up here. Maybe
I don't know.
Maybe to limp raise
He
here.
might get what he wanted.
Yeah, Mike, ace 10 off suit. He doesn't have many chips. He's going to put it in there. Yeah, he's got 71,000 all in. And he's going to see the bad news here.
Bryant, that limp might have made Orlando some. Well, if things go his way.
Yeah, and Bryant here in the big blind, he's got 30,000 of his stack in there, over half his stack in there in the blinds, and he's got a call and a raise, and he can put the rest of his chips.
Orlando is
loving it here.
Now became a genius by just limping with his ace king.
So a 3-way, two players at risk. Orlando, one of the bigger stacks and poised to become probably the biggest stack if he takes down this one here. Orlando with the ace king of clubs. Mike put his stack in with the ace 10 offsuit, and Bryant had no choice. Was in mostly in the blinds with queen 9 offsuit
and just
9,
like
9,
that.
8. Bryant looking to stay alive here, and he's going to. Yep. No help on the rest of those cards. Looks like we're going to lose Mike in the side pot as Orlando will eliminate Mike. Bryant triple up. Bobo fans in the chat loving that.
That's one thing about it. When you get it in bad, there's only one upside. You can't go any. You can't go any worse. That's right. You only have upward potential.
Yeah. So he did it there right out of the rip.
Right out of the gate.
3 9s on that flop. So Bryant there stacking his newfound triple up. And we say goodbye to Mike, who played really well. He was the gentleman in the 5 seat. He made a couple of those big aggressive moves, pick up some blinds early. He was short stacked, woke up with ace 10 to a limper. Don't hate the all-in call, though. Unfortunately, the limper was stronger than he thought, and Phfw had no choice but to put his chips in.
Yeah, you can't fault him. I mean, at his stack size, he had a connected cards.
Good enough.
Good enough.
So Orlando takes a small hit there, but not much since he won the side pot.
Threes again.
Eduardo, I believe Eduardo is the chip leader, 452,000. Blinds are up 10 and 20. This is not going to last long, ladies and gentlemen. These blinds are getting up there, getting crazy. So Eduardo limped in with the pocket trays. Bryant in the small blind completes with the 9 deuce offsuit. Now the option's on Mario. Going to check his option with the ace deuce offsuit. We go 3 ways to a flop. 6, 10, 4. Rainbow flop here. Eduardo pocket threes. I figured he was going to be reaching for chips. No such thing as a real safe flop at this level whenever the blinds don't have to put any extra in there. But I think this one's going to work here. Bryant getting out of the way, Mario folding. So Eduardo picks up a pretty decent pot there, some blinds and antes.
I like the aggression from the chip leader.
Wouldn't matter to raise pre-flop. You don't want to just, literally have pocket threes. You have no idea what to put them on if you just.
Yeah, and I definitely think a raise would have been warranted, especially if you had intentions of playing it aggressively, no matter what the flop, because obviously,
yeah.
he's got bottom pair.
Yeah, limping's hard whenever.
Yes.
It's hard. Putting people on hands is hard when you're just letting them check it.
Although at this stage, you don't see a lot of check raising. So most of the time when you see passivity in front of you, it means exactly what it means.
Yeah. No, you definitely have to commit at this point of the tournament. Speaking of which, Allison cut off your queen and jack offsuit. Really pretty good. Some blinds here with the raise. Since that's against it, no reason to get involved right now. I haven't said it tonight, but I've been saying it a lot on the stream. You can't win the tournament today.
Is Mario going to get creative here?
In the small blind
He's
here.
in the small blind.
Yeah, he is going to try to steal the big blind away.
Oh, Orlando.
Luckily for Mario, he's got a lot of chips, 120,000. It's going to be a third of Orlando's stack to call with ace-jack, which is hard to call with ace-jack offsuit.
Yeah, we're not shorthanded anymore. So it's a little different dynamic.
The only thing going for Orlando here is it's a move that's a small blind into the big blind, so it's perceived a little bit weaker.
It is, definitely.
It's not like Mario's under the gun or anything, trying to get through the whole table. It could be perceived as a small blind picking on a big blind situation, but it's still ace-jack. You're behind a lot, but he's going to make the call.
He makes the call.
So Mario can't like that, but he's going to like the fact that he has a suited connector.
Let's see if he can hold. He had the ace kings against the queen nine.
Yeah, anything can happen. Big flop here, 5-6 king. Mario's going to take the lead with a 6. 4 on the turn and no help. Orlando looking for an ace or a jack. Does not get it. So Mario with the 7-6 full double up, and these guys are basically going to be equal stacks now.
Orlando needs to. He's in the same school as me. You don't win your flips.
Well, like I was just saying, in these multi-flighted tournaments, Mark, you can't win the tournament today. No. Preservation is what it's about. You're trying to get that bag. You're trying for the opportunity to make some money tomorrow.
That's correct.
You can't yourself just blind away and dwindle away. Don't get me wrong, but at the end of the day, you can't win the tournament today.
That's correct.
Don't over gamble it. Just get to that final 5. We have 7 players here right now. Only 5 of them get to move on. So you don't want to come this far just to win $100. You want to come back tomorrow with at least a decent bag. But any bag is worth, you're coming back for it, and you've got hope. You can still spin it up.
That's right. Chip in the chair.
Eduardo's over the $500,000 mark. Casey just under 400,000. D-Mac and Allison both floating around to the button. Mario 7-3 with these newfound chips. Throw this one in the muck unless he wants to
Unless he wants to get creative.
Try to take the blinds again. No,
No.
the side's against it.
Yeah.
Said I got lucky with the 7-6. Don't press it. Orlando, who's stung a little bit, ace-9 offsuit, just going to limp it in and give Casey the chance to check it. They're going to go heads up to a flop. Casey with the 6-4 offsuit on a deuce-3-9 board.
It's a good flop for Orlando.
He's going to slow play that top pair. I like it too. Problem is there's just not much for Casey there.
No.
Casey's not going to call anything, but
No.
he's going to go ahead and check it here. But to check, Casey's going to be the one to bet this
Oh.
out. And Orlando immediately folds, just gives him credit for the queen.
Wow.
I think if you're going to slow play it, I mean,
wow.
I don't know. That's a tough one there. He just
It is tough. It's one of those that what would have happened, what could have happened things.
You'd have just bet that.
Yeah.
There's so much in the blinds that
how does that
flop,
dynamic change if you bet that flop?
And they were both on an outer table, so we don't know what kind of dynamic they could have. Maybe Casey has just been an absolute rock, and he's going to have the queen there every time, most of the time, or something.
Well, it's kind of as I spoke to earlier about most of these guys aren't going to be passive. If they have something, they bet it.
Oh yeah,
and he bet. So you have to give him credit for having something.
Yeah. Even a min bet is a lot of chips.
Mm-hmm.
Allison in it to the mug. Bryant finds a spot to put in his 100,000 in chips. Ace-9
I like
suited.
I like it.
Mario getting out of the way. Orlando folds. Casey folding. Now Eduardo, the chip leader in the big blind, winning a count. 8-3 offsuit.
As one must do with 8-3 off, because
and throws it into the muck there. So Bryant picking up some 50,000. 20. The blinds are 10, 20, and 20, Mark. 50,000 just for picking up the blinds. This is not going to last long.
No.
If you have been with us through this stream, now is not the time to quit. We're going to be finding out who the top 5 are probably within next 15, 20 minutes. I mean,
we've just got a few more viewers that came on to see how this is going to turn out.
Victoria here still rooting on Bryant. Seven left, and there can only be 5.
Allison just hasn't had the cards to make anything happen.
No. She'll be in the big blind next hand, so.
Let's see what our chip leader does here.
Small blind, going to pick on the big blind here. Looks like it was raising chips. Let the graphics catch up here. See what D-Mac is going to have to call here. Looks like another raised at 40,000, and D-Mac's going to
just snap
call.
Just
5
offsuit. Let's see it.
Wants to just defend that big blind.
It's not going to be bullied.
Orlando's going to check this flop. We'll go check really quickly. It's 6, 5, 7, 8 on this board. So Eduardo 2 pair. D-Mac with just the bottom pair on a very one-liner straighted board.
Oh wow!
So Orlando here is making a big bet on this river.
Wow!
D-Mac just can't call.
King
he does
5.
call
he has
though.
King
100,000 2 pair. Oh, he does have King 5.
Yes.
I didn't see you rivered a bigger 2 pairs.
Yes, I was going to say there's about to be blood in the water.
No, I wasn't even. I was looking at the straight.
Straight, yeah.
See if he had the straight, but he just had bottom pair. So big river card and big hand for D-Mac. Huge chip swing, putting him over the 400K mark. Orlando's going to want that hand back.
Yes, I kind of expected when Eduardo had the 2 pair that he was going to
see the 2 pair of D-Mac. Didn't even see.
I think I bet a little sooner there would have.
Yeah, I could have bet that turn, and that would have been the end of that hand.
I believe it would have been.
But let D-Mac pick up that king on the river, making a bigger 2 pair. Like I said, I wasn't even looking at that huge river there for D-Mac. I was wondering what he just snapped him off with.
Yeah.
And then I looked back right when you said it. I was like, he just called him with a pair of 5s.
No, yeah, it was a heck of a hand.
So Bryant here under the gun with to go. Jacks with Mario into the muck. Orlando queen at 10 suited, middle position here, grabbing some chips. Just a call. It's a dangerous time in the tournament to just call.
It is. You're gonna
Here's Eduardo after that stinging hand. They're going to be wanting to get some of those chips back on the button. Pocket nines. Looks like he's counting out a raise here. Big raise here.
big
Puts
raise.
out 100,000 at least. I don't know if there were some blue chips under there or not. It looks like it's going to be.
I believe your blue chips would be on the top.
I think so. Yeah, it is. So it's just 100,000 to play. D-Mac in the small blind, a 6-5 offsuit. Not going to be doing anything with that. Allison here. Let's see what she wakes up with in the big pocket ducks. It's a little expensive duck hunt.
It is. It's the first actual hand she's. Not that it's a huge hand, but this is the first playable hand she's had.
She recaps it with the card protector there.
She did. Oh.
Yeah, it's 80 more to call. She's only got 270 out. Lets it go.
And Orlando's just been running into it. What does he want to do here?
He's going to go ahead and go all in.
He just said, "I'm over it. I'm over it. Let's go." He's got 2 overs, so let's see how he does.
Queen 10 suited versus pocket
He's due some run good.
Queen
he has right there.
The flop for Orlando.
Oh, there you go.
2 pair, only a 9 saves.
Orlando needed that. He's been the.
Took a couple of hits there. But Eduardo was the chip leader just not 5 minutes ago.
Yes, but it doesn't take but one hand to change things.
Yeah, I mean, he went from chip leader to being the bottom chip stack now. Tough beat there for Eduardo ahead in the hand. But Orlando, the beneficiary of that, a big pot. Now he's the one with 600,000 in chips. These blinds are so high, it's still anybody's game. I don't care what your chip stack is. I'm saying it doesn't matter. Eduardo could double up immediately.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Yes. Oh, yes.
It's finding the right position, getting the good cards. There are 7 players remaining, and only 5 can move on. Still quite a few people in both chats here. I want to thank everyone for tuning into Poker House Live here on Facebook and YouTube while we bring you the end of Flight G.
Orlando's suited connectors again.
He's going to get back involved here. Come on, buddy. He just limps in. Okay.
He did that last time, and he just snapped off that jam. Yeah, so he's got a system. He's prepared. I think he's made up his mind what he's doing.
D-Mac, the combo cards on the button, being 7 of spades, makes the call. Allison, it's only 10,000 for her with already all these limpers in front of her.
That is the problem with limping. Yeah, you bring in the family.
You can't fold here. And Bryant gets to check his option here with the 10-4. So we're going 5 ways.
So now we have equity spread 5 ways.
Yeah, 5 ways on $120,000 pot. Who does it choose? Ace, 8, tray, 2 clubs, or no, all 3 clubs. Anybody have clubs? Not a club in the field.
Not an ace in the field.
There's a 4.
Who's going to show the first aggression?
Yeah, Bryant has a 4 of clubs.
Who's going to represent?
He's not going to get there.
No one.
Checks all the way through. Board pairing 3 on
the first person to show aggression in this pot is probably going to win this pot. Who's going to be the first person to show the aggression?
Bryant thought about it for a hot minute. Checks
Orlando has the 8. I don't know.
Yeah, he does have the only pair. But he's I don't know. Casey's got an 8 as well, and he's going to bet his. So Casey here, and he's got a decent stack here, so he can afford a stab here.
I thought you would see fireworks on this turn because no one's going to be checking their ace most likely, other than just to see if. I just don't see anybody checking an ace here because of the 3 clubs. They want to see where they stand.
And Orlando does have an 8, but he's not going to come along with it. So Casey, big pot pickup there for Casey. 168,000 to add it to his chip stack.
Good hand. They're all good pots right now.
Yeah, everyone, I'm telling you.
But if you got to win one with a pair of 8s, you want it to be a 5-way. You want five callers in there.
That is 100% it.
Was correct, though. The first person to show aggression won that pot. And he did have the best hand, but Orlando King 5's getting that out of the way. Casey's gone. D-Mac with jacks. How aggressive is he going to be?
He's going to do all of it. He's not even going to give anybody else any decisions here. And Allison wakes up with pocket queens, immediately puts her stack in. Bryant throws his cards into the muck.
Monster 7 deuce.
So D-Mac, going to hate to see the queens here.
Oh.
Jack on the flop
right
for
in the window.
D-Mac.
Right in the window.
Allison at
Full
risk,
house.
needing a
Queen only.
Oh,
brutal.
Allison gets it in huge and out flopped by D-Mac. Jack on the flop, eliminating
You gotta
Allison.
hate it for her. She patiently waited for the right opportunity and just the poker gods do what they do.
Got it in so well. I got to run out to the floor real quick, so I'm going to leave this to you, and I'll be right back.
All right. Eduardo gonna lay it down with the queen 6. D-Mac back to back, good hands. Ace queen offsuit. He's all in. Is he gonna get anybody to wake up with anything? 10 deuce in the muck from Eduardo, and D-Mac takes it down. Back to back. Those are critical pickups. D-Mac now the chip leader. Orlando not too far behind, though. Eduardo's going to have to figure out where he's going to make his stand. All these guys have played really well to get to this point. All right. Eduardo, 10-7 is good enough. Is he going to get any callers? Just like that. He picks up the blinds. Gives him a little bit of breathing room. Blinds 20, 10 and 20, the 20,000 ante. So even picking up the blinds, you're getting 50K, which is huge for these stacks. D-Mac under the gun with 9-6 off. Gonna lay that down. 10 deuce goes in the muck. Mario waking up with a real hand. King Jack suited. King Jack of hearts. He's raising. All in. Orlando's got nothing playable. And just like that, Mario picks up the blinds. All right, let's see what we're going to be working with. 9-3 in the muck from Bryant. Mario, ace 7. See what he chooses to do here. He's in the hijack. And he is going to go all in with it. Orlando, Queen 7 in the muck. Casey with King Deuce. Off suit in the muck. And D-Mac with pocket sixes in the big blind. We're on the bubble here, so nobody's wanting to be the guy that doesn't bag. I've seen D-Mac make these calls before. He's going to lay this one down. Mario's aggression gets it done. Good job by him. Pressure's still on Eduardo. He knows he's the one at risk to bubble. He's just got to find his spot and either wake up with a monster or pick his spot that's good enough. Mario Jack 3, off suit, under the gun, lets it go. 5 deuce in the muck, 6-5 in the muck. Jack 9 off. Eduardo, this is his spot. He says, I'm making my stand. D-Mac, King 3 of diamonds in the small blind. He's thinking about it. Lays it down. Right, 8-4 offsuit. It's 32,000 for him to call, and he does call. We've got 8-4 offsuit versus Jack 9. Eduardo's in the lead here. He needs this double up to stay in this.
So we have who went all in here?
Eduardo went all in. Bryant only had 32,000 to call, I believe it was.
Yeah, so it looks like Eduardo's going to have a little bit of change here. So Bryant's the one at risk.
No, Eduardo's at risk, I believe.
Eduardo's got chips in his hands, though.
Okay, well, they're closer.
Yeah, sometimes the chip counts get off here online when people get moved, all ins and whatnot.
Oh,
9-5-4,
both of them
all
get a
diamonds.
piece. Nobody has a diamond,
Trey
so
Bryant needing a 4 and 8. Deuce on the river.
Eduardo gets it.
Yeah, pair of 9s for Eduardo. And Bryant eliminated.
Eduardo needed that.
Yeah.
I was just saying nobody wants to be the bubble. I speak from experience.
You did bubble out early. So is that it? Is that the 5? Did I get back just in time for the 5 there? D-Mac, Orlando, Casey, Mario, and Eduardo. That is your 5 baggers for Flight G. Now, a little bit of bonus coverage. That's what I was doing out there. We have the final table of the Turbo Flight sitting in their chairs. So if you want to see who the true last baggers are, stay tuned. We're going to get these players. They're going to get their pictures taken. They're going to get it on Facebook, and we'll get the counts coming out later today. But we're going to have some bonus coverage here. I moved the Turbo Flight to the stream table, and they were at 6 players. Third place gets 100, and the top 2 take bags. We had 33 entries into the Turbo Flight, so only 2 baggers out of the Turbo Flight. So, like I said, you'll see them coming over and counting up their chips to bag and tag. The Summer Jam 2
That's what you just got finished watching, the 6 p.m. Flight G, and the Flight H 10 p.m. Turbo is still going on, and that's what we're going to cover here on this live stream. We want to see the last baggers. Saw some of the players. We had, like I said, there were 6 players left, and only 3 of them cashed, 2 of them bagged. So it's going to be about 10 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes before we get them to the table here. So we're going to take a short break, and but don't go anywhere because, like I said, the Turbo Flight H right here you see on your screen that started at 10 p.m. We're going to get this on the final table to reward, get some bonus coverage for you guys to see the true last bags here of this Summer Jam 2. So hang in there here momentarily. We're going to come back and show you the final 6 players of that flight. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Mario, I forgot to sign yours. So this guaranteed money tomorrow, right? Yes. Everyone's going to get at least $1 million cash. What? I forgot to sign your paper. Can I have it back? I'm like, oh crap, there's something I forgot to do. You stick around for a picture? Oh yeah. Will you stick around for a picture? If you can stick around, that would be great. Gotta go to work? Got 2 in the morning? Okay, can you go get Reese and tell him then to come out here and take a picture? Or you take the picture? Okay. Yeah, what was it? 4. By the cave? Mansfield or Kennedale or something. I go to here, what one in Cleveland?
Tell him to order me something too. I've got to do this, and then I gotta get the other tournament done. You need that one. I'm like, it's late. Perfect.
Stay tuned to the final table of Flight H. Coming up any minute here on Poker House Fort Worth. Thanks for tuning in, each and every one of you. We are getting the chip stacks and the final table of Flight H. Actually, there's only 6 players left. 3 are in the money, 2 get to bag. Stay tuned. It should be starting here in just a few minutes.
There you go. See you tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Oh, he's going to get a quick picture. Sorry, I only have one more. Yes.
You said he's gonna donate me a ton of that.
I got you, D-Minute.
Make this quick. Contact us, get them over here. Get back to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got work in the morning. Yeah, for real? You gotta work. Yeah. I'm only supposed to be working at 8. Tomorrow. Well, I'm gonna be up at SMU. Doing some buckets. We're gonna go up there, bust that out. $350 for 2 hours, 3 hours of work. I was supposed to work
The players are moving their way over to the stream table. A little bonus coverage here for anyone that's still tuned in. There's still quite a few of you tuned in. Hopefully you're still listening, waiting to see the bonus coverage here of a Flight H. I made the executive decision to go out to the Flight H table, the turbo flight, paused the clock, and bagged up the players and moved them across the room to the stream table so you can enjoy the final flight here of this Summer Jam 2, the turbo. I've got 6 players coming to the live stream. We're getting their names and their chip stacks, and you will get to see the players play down to the final 3 players. Third place is going to get $100 cash, min cash, and the top 2 are going to join the rest of the 8 percenters from all other flights. These are the last of the baggers and the last flight here for this Summer Jam 2. Should be getting started here any moment, so stay tuned.
So do we bag what we end up with, or okay, everybody doesn't start with the same? Bag what you end up with, my friend. Yeah. That's why you can bag multiple times and all that. Take your biggest two bags. Right. I know mine. 289.5. So, Miz is a 289.5. Rich, 289.5. 289.5. Rich. 34. 289.5, right? Yeah, don't be bringing your phone over here.
Kevin, are you good?
I am good.
We're gonna get started. Lines are 4,000
Can I get a, Tina,
Yes,
can I get a down card?
yes.
Thank you. Button is live, correct? Button was here?
I really Yeah. Yeah, but I was just a big one. Yeah, because you were. Yeah.
Button's on fire.
We have to show them anything.
Yeah, you gotta do this on that.
On this?
Scan it, yeah.
What's that red?
And I'll just text it.
Oh, okay.
He's gotta relay that.
I got you. I've never been on this table, so.
It's pretty cool though.
Yeah.
If you look at the lights, you gotta tell it.
The thing about
And here we are. This is the bonus coverage of Flight H. I moved over these last 6 players from this turbo flight. The blinds are 4,000, 8,000, 8,000. These are 10-minute levels. These guys have been playing fast and furious. We've had 33 entries into this turbo tournament, and we are down to these last 6. Third place will get the min cash of $100. The top 2 are going to bag their chips and get to come back tomorrow at 1 p.m. So these guys are playing for bags. Lance under the gun here, going to go all in with King Jack off suit. Rich looks like he's got a lot of chips. I'm not sure if he's the chip leader or not, but he's got a big stack there. Lays it down. Russell in the 5 seat, 154,000. His stack lays down the 5 deuce. Miz on the button, and Pat folds. So Lance here going to pick up some blinds with the King Jack off suit. So Rich, Pat, Miz, Russell, the Executioner, and Lance. The final 6. Rich is the chip leader with 289,000. Pat 200,000. Miz 177. Russell 154. Executioner at 94, and Lance at 65. So there's 6 players left, and we're going to take 2 of them into day 2. This is the last chance turbo flight. They're not going to have massive, huge bags in this flight, but they're going to have bags, and cashing is all that matters in tournament play. Rich here under the gun, going to raise this one up to 25,000. Going to try to steal away some blinds here. Folds all the way around to Lance, who wakes up with ace queen in the big blind. And he's going to put in his whole stack here, and Rich is probably going to have to call this off just because he put in too much as it is. So Lance here going to be way ahead, and Rich having too many chips here and committed already too much. You're going to have to make this call no matter what. So Lance here at risk, all in with the ace queen off suit. Rich, king 3 of clubs. So Rich looking for a king or a 3 or a lot of clubs here to take over the lead. Lance looking for anything else. And dealer Kevin putting out a deuce 5-9. No help to either player. Lance still ahead. Jack on the turn doesn't change anything. 7 on the river. Lance is going to get another courtesy double up from Rich. So Lance luckily waking up with a real hand in the big blind. Rich was just making a move with that big stack as he should. Hoping that the blinds don't wake up with anything, but unfortunately that's exactly what happened. So dealer Jenny in the box. Blinds are 4,000, 8,000 with an 8,000 chip ante. Russell here under the gun, looking down at ace, deuce, 8 deuce suited. Let's that go. Miz and Pat fold over to the Executioner on the button, ace 9 off suit. Reaching for some chips here. Looks like he's putting together a raise. He does raise it up, and Lance folds, and Rich, big blind, immediately moving all in, and Executioner letting that one go. Good fold. Rich actually had the goods there. Executioner not wanting to put his tournament life on the line with just ace 9. Six players out of 33 that had this turbo flight. Just a quick opportunity to get some chips. and get into the money. So these turbo flights are for Pat and the hijack, looking at 7-6 of clubs. Just going to limp in here, make the call. Lands on the button. King 8 offsuit, throws it into the muck. Rich making the call from the small blind with 7-4, and Russell checking his option with King 4 of spades. 3 players to a flop. Jack 9 queen, 2 hearts here. Checks around. Jack on the turn. First better here is probably going to take this one down, and Rich is going to do just that, betting 20,000. Russell letting his hand go, and is Pat, so Rich takes down that pot. Here the players is spinning the wheel on our bonuses. The $20,000 free roll coming up in October. The second of 3 qualifiers coming up on September 7th. That's what you hear the wheel spin for. Players building a chip stack to play in that qualifier to get into that $20,000 free roll. Getting a quick deck change here with a damaged card. Rich still having the chip lead with 284,000. Pat right behind him at 192. Miz with 177. Russell with 138. Lance 132. And the Mexicutioner at the short stack needing to make a move with 66,000 in chips. Pat here under the gun making the fold. Mexicutioner looks down with an ace. Good enough for him, but shoves it in. Lance, pocket sevens, eyeing up that all-in stack of Mexicutioner. Does make the call. Russell in the small blind at King 8. Could be too much for him, probably. Yeah, he does lay it down. And Miz in the big blind letting his go. So Mexicutioner all in and at risk with the ace 5. Lance, pocket sevens. Mexicutioner needing to hit an ace. Take the lead in this hand here. 6 deuce 8, no help. 6 on the turn, needing an ace. 4 on the river, and then there were 5. Lance wins that all in with the pocket sevens, taking down Mexicutioner. Made it all the way down here, and got close, but not quite close enough. But he is a bagger. So we will see him tomorrow. Just wasn't able to add to that bag for tomorrow, but he did bag in Flight G. Flight F, the noon flight, I believe he bagged in. So we will see him tomorrow. And these other 5 guys left here, 2 of them will be joining him. Lance here under the gun. Jack 7 suited makes the call. Rich in the cutoff making the call as well with the 5-4 offsuit. Russell on the button. Jack 6 lets it go. Miz Queen 7 in the small blind. And Pat wakes up at the big blind with the ace king suited. Big raise here, 60,000. Definitely a squeeze play here. And I don't think anybody's going to be able to come along. So these players are on a quick break. They're going to color up the purple chips. There are still 5 players remaining. So give us just a few moments and we'll be coming right back here and seeing the final baggers of this Flight H, the Turbo Flight here at Poker House Fort Worth. Stay tuned.
think I did Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Fucking 200 Friday night, and then 3 today. Ah, that one? 200. Where did you get that? Somebody. I still got all I had. I got it back from somebody else. That's true. Do it. That's Scarlett. Shit that I wasn't supposed to call you. I like my King. I wish I'd have called that King 9. That's my business. I took 3 out of that King 9. Should I make one? 3 out of 5? Yeah, we done 5, 10, 10.
Only 5 players remaining here in this Flight H. This was the turbo flight. These blinds are only 10 minutes long. This one has cooked right along, burned through 33 entries. There's only 5 remaining. Third place is going to get the $100 min cash, and first and second are going to bag and tag into tomorrow, day 2. So very, very important next few minutes here on this final table. Rich moving all in. 113 in his stack. Equal stacked here to Miz. Miz can't do anything with just 2 overcards here. So Rich's aggression shines through there, bringing him back at a little over 300,000 in chips. Pat, second place in chips at 212. Lance and Russell both around 151 or 160, 170 in chips, and Miz the short stack at 113. Lines are 5,000 to 10,000 with a 10,000 ante. Dealer Kevin here, 5-handed. Fold around to Lance in the cutoff here, looking at Jack 6 of spades. Taking a long look at this one, letting it go. Rich on the button, 10-8 offsuit. Does he want to try to steal the blinds here?
No, he doesn't. Lets it go. Russell in the small blind going to call the big blind. Miz going to rip it all in immediately with pocket jacks. Russell can let it go. So a big move there by Miz. But did actually have the cards. So only 2 of these 5 will be bagging and tagging into tomorrow's day 2. Lance here under the gun with the 8-6 offsuit. Probably not be able to do much with it here. Rich acting out of turn because Rich is rich. Ace-8 in the cutoff. Raise up to 60. Folds around. Rich going to take that one down. So Rich the big stack with 341,000. Pat 192. All 4 of these guys pretty close in chip stacks except for Rich. He's got quite a bit more than the second place there of Pat. But these guys need to be careful. It only takes one hand here. The blinds are 5,000, 10,000 with a 10,000 ante, and they're going up every 10 minutes. This is not going to last long. Pat here in the small blind going to raise it up to 40,000 with the ace-5 suited. Lance moving all in the big blind for 165. Does Pat want to make this call here? It's going to be for majority of the rest of his chips. Ace-5 suited. Does he feel like gambling? He does. He makes the call. Big call here from Pat. And he's going to see that he's correct. He is ahead with the ace-5 of diamonds. So Lance with the king at 9. Pat, ace-5 suited. Lance looking for a king or a 9 here to take the lead back and stay alive here in this Flight H Turbo. Queen 5-8, no help, still looking for a king or a 9, a 6 on the turn. Queen on the river, and Pat is going to eliminate Lance. Well played to Mr. Lance. Making it down here to these final 5 players. Just not quite able to make the bag finish line. And then there were 4. On the true bubble here now, 4th place, not getting anything but the experience for their efforts. 3rd place gets the min cash, and 1st and 2nd will bag and tag. Russell immediately under the gun, all in, Jack 10 offsuit. Pat on the button, and it's going to go fold, fold, and Russell going to pick up some blinds there. Dealer Kevin handing out cards here. Miz under the gun, 7-4 into the muck. Pat, Queen 8 offsuit into the muck. Rich, small blind, and rip it in here with ace-7 of diamonds, committing Russell to his stack. And Russell not going to be a taker there with the 10-5.
Pat, after that big knockout there, he's going to be close to matching Rich here, 4 stacks. He's going to raise it up. Rich is going to raise it up to 50 on the button and take these blinds away. These guys playing fast and loose. This is a turbo tournament. These blinds go up every 10 minutes. Rich here dealing with the 6-3 of spades, putting together some more raising chips. No takers here, and he scoops up some more blinds. These blinds adding up. Rich building his stack, getting closer to the 400K mark. There's only 33 entries into the tournament. There's 990,000 in chips in play, and Rich and Pat have the majority of them. Folds around to Miz on the button, who's going to go all in here with the 9-8 offsuit, see if he can have these blinds if neither player wakes up with anything here. Rich thinking about it. It's for a good chunk of his stack, though, for 7-6 offsuit. Does he want to gamble that bad? Counting it out here, taking a look to see what he would have left if he does make the call, if he wants to gamble here, and he does. So Rich gambling with Miz. One of those hands that you're just like, oh gosh, I don't want to be called by that hand. It's going to beat me. 8-9 offsuit, 7-6 offsuit. Miz thought he was in really bad shape, but turns out he's in pretty decent shape. 2A flop. Queen, ace, 6. Rich takes the lead with the pair of 6s. 8 goes back over to Miz on the turn. So big sigh of relief there for Miz. Almost got beat by the 7-6 offsuit. Instead, the full double up courtesy of Rich. With some much needed chips there. And that's going to put Pat in the lead with 337,000, Miz with 281, and Rich with 253 now. So the tables have tilted just a little bit. Chips are being spread around. Again, these players, this is a turbo flight, only 10-minute levels. Goes fast, fast, fast. Miz folds under the gun. Pat here on the button with pocket aces. Let's see if he can find anybody else on the line. Going to raise this one up to 40,000. Rich, no takers. Oh, and Russell's going to bluff. He's going to bluff. Oh, no, he didn't bluff. The card reader was just wrong. Woof. I thought he was bluffing with 6-5. Turns out he had pocket queens, but his story is still bad because Pat does have the pocket aces. So dealer Kevin here going to stack up these chips and count it out here. Obviously, Russell going to be the one at risk. Wonder if Russell would rather have the 6-5 offsuit than pocket queens. Would have more ability to, more different ways to beat the pocket aces. But as it stands now, Russell needing a queen and only a queen so far take over these pocket aces. 9-5 king, not going to do it. Jack on the turn, going to need a 10 or a queen. Not going to happen. And Russell eliminated with a fantastic hand, pocket queens. Just runs it right into pocket aces, 5-handed. That is unlucky for sure. And then there were 3. 3 .
Now we have the money bubble has popped, so it's $100 to the next person eliminated. But we are on the bag bubble, the most important bag bubble. None of these guys wants to be getting the $100 bill for their efforts. They want to bag and tag and come back tomorrow at 1 p.m. and try to spin it up for a lot more than 100. Rich, going to go all in on the button here with the ace tray offsuit. Letting the computer graphics catch up here. And it's going to go fold, fold. So only one more elimination. These are the last 3 players of the Summer Jam 2. Peaks, Poker House Peaks has already finished their flight. They are in the books. Poker House Fort Worth still finishing up this turbo flight. These are the last 3 participants. They're trying to be the last 2 so they can bag and tag and come back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Big flop here, 2 pair for Miz. Going to check and slow play it here. Queen on the turn. It's going to go check, check again. Queen on the river, going to be counterfeiting Miz, but he's still going to be good here on this hand. He's putting together some chips a little bit too late, but it wouldn't have mattered, I don't think. Pat's not going to call anything with his ace high, so Miz takes down that pot there. Miz with 281,000, Rich with 273, and Pat with 441. Pat has almost a 150K, 160K lead on Rich and Miz, but the blinds of 10, 15, and 15, that can shift very quickly. Pat here folding the button with the ace tray. Rich in the small blind going to go all in with king, jack offsuit. Miz wakes up with an ace in the big blind. Does he want to gamble here? Chooses not to. Rich going to take the big blind and ante away from Miz. Blinds are 10,000, 15,000, 15,000. These gentlemen are not wasting any time playing as fast as they can. These are only 10-minute levels. A turbo flight. Just a quick bag and tag tournament. Last chance saloon. The last baggers into day 2. Only 2 can move into tomorrow's day 2. The next person out gets a $100 min cash. Miz going to call the 15,000 from the small blind. Pat checks his option to see a jack 3-10 flop, 2 diamonds. Miz has the flush draw. Ace on the river. So Miz 9 high going to win this one. Blinds just went up. You heard the click there. This will be the last. Oh no, the blade did go up 10,000, 20,000, 20,000. 50,000 every orbit. Tough to swallow with these stacks. This isn't going to last long. Getting that time of night, Clay. What can we say? We got 2 cash tables and a Congress table going on the outer tables. Blinds are 10,000, 20,000 with a 20,000 ante. Rich on the button looking at it, pocket deuces. Yeah, he's going to raise it all in, of course. Miz, Jack 7, lets it go. Pat folds his hand as well. So the chips are swinging. And Clay, at the end of the day, I am streaming here on a 15-minute delay. So whoever was being rowdy didn't warn enough for them to come get me 15 minutes ago, so it couldn't have been too bad. Miz here on the button looking at 10-9 offsuit, throws it away. Pat going to complete to the small blind, see if Rich wants to bet anything, goes and checks his option. 9 Jack King. Checks check, goes 5 on the turn. Rich going to make a bet out there. Pat going to let that one go. So Rich taking down that pot. Pat on the button looking at Queen 3 of diamonds. Going to throw that one into the muck. Rich, Jack 10 goes all in the small. Miz, deuce 4, no help. So Rich picks up another set of blinds and antes. These guys are going to have to pick something. They're not going to be able to just continue to fold to Rich's aggression all night. So with these 10-minute levels, someone has to go out soon. Miz all in, ace 5 suited. Pat in the big blind, nothing he can do about it. Lets his 10-4 go. Now, this is way more than hand number 31. We didn't start this tournament on the stream until the Flight G was over with. This is just 31 of this new bonus coverage that we're going to do. Let the graphics play catch up here, but it looks like Miz has committed his stack on the button with Queen 9. Action now on Pat. Let's go of his King 3 and Rich folds as well. So Miz having a little bit of aggression in his playbook to pick up some of the blinds, taking a page out of Rich's playbook. Nine to six suited for Pat into the muck. Rich, three deuce suited, just calling, and Miz shipping it all in with Queen 10. Rich folding. Miz, two hands in a row. Very well played by Miz. Rich now on the button. Folds his option. Miz just going to call. Pat going to check his option. We're going to see a flop heads up between Miz and Pat. 8-4. 8-4-8. Check, check. Ace on the turn. Who wants to stab at this one first? No one. Check, check to a river. Queen. It's going to be four clubs on the board there with Miz. And he checks it over to Pat, and Pat bets it. Miz check, well, unless that card wasn't read correctly. Either way, Miz picking up that pot. Pat needs to double up quick. Yeah, Clay, there's just under 1 million in chips in this turbo, 33 entries. And when there's only two baggers, someone could get a big grip of that and definitely be a top 10 stack. Ended up being quite a few more people in it than I had anticipated. Had to quick step out on the floor real quickly there. My apologies. We're still three-handed here. Oh, things are going quick around here. Rich, all in. Fold, fold. Blinds are 10, 20, 20. Should be going up soon. A very long day here at Poker House Fort Worth. 3 full tournaments, a noon, a 6 p.m., and a 10 p.m. turbo. This is the bonus coverage of the 10 p.m. turbo. The last 3 players. Third place is going to get $100 for their effort, and the other 2 will bag and tag into day 2. Pat waking up with a small amount of pocket aces. Is Rich going to maybe step out of line on this one here? Let's see what Rich wakes up with. Pat smooth calling, trying to entice something. Doesn't happen. Rich is going to check his option at 9-3. So pocket aces, slow playing here. Will it pay off? 9, Jack, 4, all clubs. And Rich goes all in. Pat snap calls. Rich doesn't have a club. Pat's slow play may pay off here. Rich in bad shape, needing running straight cards or running clubs, running straight cards. Bad shape here for Rich, but well played by Pat. Rich could never put him on a hand like that. And with the blinds going up as much as they are, bluffs like Rich's has to be made. So we could have it done right here. Rich all in with a 9-3, 8 Jack 4 on the board. Pocket aces well into the lead. Needing a lot of turn here. 10 does give him an open-ended straight draw. Queen on the river gives him the straight. 8, 9, 10 Jack Queen. Unbelievable. The game goes on. The 9-3 gets the running straight cards. Played perfectly by Pat. Rich said, I'd rather be lucky than good on that one. Wow. The game goes on, and Pat is crushed down to 80,000 in chips. Unbelievable. Pat gets to fold his hand on the button 10-3 and can look at one more here before he has to put it all in. Rich here, pocket jacks. He's going to put it all in here. Going to put the test on Miz, but Miz doesn't fall for it. How crazy would that have been if Miz wakes up with a real hand there? And Pat sneaks in with an 88,000 bag. Big woof there for Pat. Slow played the aces beautifully and got Rich to take the bait. And Rich goes runner for the straight. Clip and ship that hand, boys and girls. Blinds are 15, 30, and 30. Pat is in for most of his stack in the big blind and the ante. Rich here on the button wakes up with Jack 5. Throws it into the muck here. Miz going to put out the call there. That's going to be enough to put Pat all in. Pat ahead. Ace 6 offsuit. Queen 4 suited for Miz. Miz basically had no choice, had to put in the call. And to a flop of 9, Trey 8. Ace 6 still in the lead. 7 on the turn. Gives open-ended. King in the river. Pat going to double up. Stays alive. Gets his ante and blinds plus a little bit more back. 90K in chips. Still fighting. The game continues. to be in the small blind this time for 15,000. Maybe he can wake up with another hand here. You know, a couple more double ups here, and Miz is being the one in trouble after that gruesome runner beating that Pat took from Rich. Miz on the button here, 7-4 offsuit, throws it into the muck. Jack 8 suited, good enough for Pat. He's going to go all in. Rich pretty much forced to call no matter what here. Just wanting to see how much it is he's going to have to do. And Pat's going to be in great shape here, sharing an 8. But having a Jack to go with his 8 that's suited. Rich with 9-8. Can Rich squirrel out of another situation? Pat here ahead with the Jack 8 suited up against the 8-9 offsuit. Flop of Ace, Queen, 4. No help to Rich. Deuce on the turn. Still no help. 6 on the river. And Pat, just like that, right back in it. This is a seesaw battle, ladies and gentlemen. Super glad that I chose to show some bonus stream coverage here of this roller coaster final table, as our turbos usually tend to be. With the blinds that go up so quickly, players sort of quick fire their stacks. And since this was only a $65 buy-in tournament, it's a lot of fun. Just get it in there and spin it up and see what happens. And that's what these players have done, and here are where we are. Down to the final 3. Next person out is getting a $100 bill. The other 2 are going to get a bag and tag. Here is a bet and an all-in. Miz gets out of the way. Rich all in with Ace 8. Pat, King, Jack offsuit. And if Pat can somehow pull this one out, Rich is going to be the short stack after that incredible runner ace beating. Aces. Kevin here needing to count up these chips. They've been flying around the table so much that there's just not a real good way to keep them here on this computer, so we need to make sure that Kevin's keeping up with it, and we are just enjoying the show. But I'm pretty sure Pat is the one at risk here. Rich is ahead with the Ace 8 offsuit, and Pat with the King Jack. And right on the flop, we see a Jack for Pat to take the lead in this hand. Ace and only an ace for Rich. Not going to happen, so Pat is right back in it. Right back in it, guys. In fact, not only right back in it, but the chip leader. This is a roller coaster, and Miz is just standing back, trying not to get caught up in it, as Pat and Rich continue to trade blows. Try to get some accurate chip counts here, but I believe Pat's going to be the chip leader now. Yeah, Clay, I'm glad I chose to stick around and stream this. Rich going to go all in on the button here with Queen 5. Miz going to get out of the way as usual. Pat's going to wake up with Ace Queen, and this is going to be it. This is going to be it if Pat holds on here. Went from almost eliminated with pocket aces, runner to a few hands later, having Rich up against the ropes. Ace Queen suited for Pat. Rich, Queen 5 offsuit, trying to pick up some blinds there, but Pat woke up with a real hand, and Rich is going to be the one at risk here. What an incredible turn of events. Kevin here going to count this stack up to make it doubly sure that Rich has exactly what he is showing. Again, 5 minutes ago, we had the aces runnered. Pat was a mile in the lead with pocket aces, and Rich went runner straight to crack the aces and put Pat on a life support. And then a few moments later, a few double ups later, now Pat has the chip lead and has Rich on the ropes. Tournament life at stake with Queen 5 and Pat holding Ace Queen of Spades. Dealer Kevin putting out Queen in the window, 8 deuce. Rich needing a 5 and only a 5. There's a 4. 6 on the river. And just like that, the roller coaster has ended. And Rich is the first one off the ride. Would have been unbelievable 10 minutes ago. Wow. So Rich getting $100 for his effort. And Ms. and Pat are bagging for day 2. Unbelievable ending to a very long series. And yeah, that one will be talked about tomorrow. So Pat and Ms., you see some unofficial chip counts there. We're going to be getting everything official tonight. But Pat is going to have around 800K in chips. A nice little bag here for this last chance flight. And an absolute roller coaster getting there. Well played by Rich. A lot of well-timed bluffs to build up a monster stack. But then whenever the blinds got so bad and everybody starts playing a bingo poker, got extremely lucky, and they just could not finish the final blow onto Pat. And Pat climbing his way back and taking away the biggest stack of, I think, the day here in this turbo flight. It's going to definitely be a top 5 bag for sure, probably. But guys, I got paperwork to do. We've got to get this tournament set up and get it ready to go. Calculate everything that we have had over both locations, 8 flights, 2 different clubs, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of entries. And now we are ready to put it all back together and come back here tomorrow, 1 p.m., Poker House, Fort Worth. All of the baggers from both clubs will be coming back in, fighting for that lion's share of that $50,000 prize pool. I'm excited. We're going to have it live for you here on Facebook, on YouTube. Tune in and watch it all unfold. And I'm going to try to get some sleep, but I've still got a lot of paperwork to do. But thanks for tuning in. It's been a long stream. It's been a long day. Everyone get some rest. And especially if you're one of the baggers, coming back tomorrow to play for that lion's share of the $50,000 guaranteed prize pool. We'll have all the numbers for you late here tonight. Post them up on Facebook. And hope to see you all here at Poker House Fort Worth tomorrow for the 1 p.m. restart, day 2 of Summer Jam 2. And if you can't be here, watch it right here on Facebook or YouTube. And